Hello, hello. Oh, wait. Maybe I should do... Nah, I'll just do this. Let's see. Let's see. This is a late starting stream. I have chewable gummy vitamins over here that I need to chew up uh, thoroughly since solids like to screw with me. And I'm going to go on my own little merry way and attempt to continue to know how to beat this thing. That's not the real reason I'm on here. But hello everyone. I am live, right? I figured I was live eventually, but I didn't know when. Yeah, when you realize that you forgot to take your own multivitamin earlier in the day because you got wrapped up in everything that's happening, so you go steal your son's multivitamins so that you don't take too much vitamin A. Don't take too much vitamin A, people. Why is this vitamins got to taste so much better? Now I know why kids like want to sneak in and get the vitamins. It's like the grape Dimetap type deal. I'm about to make everyone here question really fast if they actually wanted to be here based on about the first few sentences that come out of my mouth. Because I am not necessarily the happiest of people, and I wonder if this stream will be really, really highly moderated. Probably. That would be the safe bet to make. It's the way I would do it. I would be keeping an eye on this. I'm gonna actually look at my own stream. I'm gonna ask it to pop it out and look at my own stream. Let me look at my own. Oh gosh, it's blinding. No, I already figured out how to beat zombies. I think I know how to get to Orlov. Is his name based on everything? Let's see if I can. Let's see. Let me immediately mute this tab as I go and look at my own stream because I don't want to hear myself. Just shut up. Make that guy shut up. Now, when I put this time they don't put anything below me about like checking with the CDC. So all I gotta do is say Covidiots instead of COVID. That's all I have to do. And YouTube doesn't care. Oh, well, I'm on the wrong page to be able to see that. I gotta go back. Somebody did something. Whoa, welcome to the inner circle and family. Hello there. Welcome back to the family though, over there, Justin. All right, let me oh gosh. Oh, Flintstone. I was a Flintstones kid also. Hey, let me go ahead and say what's actually on my mind here, and then I'm gonna because I'm not the happiest of people right now. It's not fun having a divided household over the idiocy of this. This is I'm a Flintstones kid. A million strong and growing. I'm not necessarily the happiest. That I've been happier, and I'm gonna say hi to everyone in just a second. So here was my logic. Here's my logic. I just want to put this out there, and then I want to tell you guys the situation that I'm in, and I just kind of want to build from that, and I want you guys to just see where I'm coming from on this and see if whose logic comes out on top for this. Just help me out with this. Listen, hear me out. So I thought that you can't trust human beings to do the right thing socially when I see the news in general at least in the United States, when it comes to health, you can't trust that people will do the right thing. You can trust that, statistically speaking, around 60% of people will want to do the right thing. But then it calls into question, what is the right thing? And we found out very quickly that people's opinions in the United States, most specifically, are differing a little bit on what the right thing is to do. Now, I'm speaking about all this while I still have everything about me, and hopefully nothing about me like gets drained away, because I am hoping for the best tomorrow. See, my logic said, since you don't trust idiots, that maybe the thing that you do is that if a school system is going to go back into being a school system, after let's call it a winter break, after that occurs, that if you have a school system then debating whether they're going to close down, let's say that school system's county rhymes with the name Bob, that at the very end of the day, you would think, wow, wouldn't it be better, instead of closing down schools as we get cases, to actually enter into the next semester of schooling, the first week, as being virtual, with the idea that a lot of people, given maybe it's even less than half of the people, but there's a good number of people who didn't do the right thing during the winter break, visited family, visited people they shouldn't have, went to places they shouldn't have. And, you know, if you, the first week of school, had to do it from home, you could see if you developed symptoms. Instead of the back assward approach, like, of deciding that after there's enough cases, should we shut down a school or the system? Now, apparently, my logic is refuted amongst the masses, and my son went back to school right after winter break. So that occurred. My logic was also called into question right up until I got a call to go get my son from school today, because he had direct exposure with somebody who just popped positive for COVID. And now they're shutting all of this. They're shutting the school down, and all schools that are in the let's call it the Bob County school system let's say it's a state that rhymes with Florida. Why'd I rhyme it that way? Because this is you'd expect in Florida, and I wanted to throw them under the bus. So, you know, I go and get my son from school, and in particular today, I haven't been feeling the best the past week. Like, let me just put it out there. I figured I had a cold, but I've been safe. It's not like I go many places or see many people. I see my son, but you know, those that I care about around me have been tested properly, and I didn't go and do something like elaborate for Christmas or during the holidays. I didn't take my son to go do anything elaborate that would put him in contact with, I don't know, let's say people who are in the terminal stages of cancer and really can't afford to catch this. My dumb ex-wife. So when I went to pick up my son, still not feeling the best myself lately, but it's fine. You're not allowed to go into the school. I had to tell him at the door, hey, I'm here to get Rowan. That's my son's name, if you didn't know. And when I had to go in and get him, or to get him at the door, they came back and said, but Rowan's not one of the classes that was already sent home for quarantine. Which made me realize, because of, let's say, this Bob County school system in the state of Florida, um, since they are allowed to hold patient confidentiality and confidentiality with medical records as their leveraging tool, they don't have to tell you if there's, let's estimate and say 6 other classes that have already been sent home this week that cannot attend school because they have kids in the class that have it. And so they just had to start sending people away. Okay. So I learned that at the door, and I learned that since technically my son hadn't come into contact with one of them, that he got welcome back to the family, everyone's gamer. But I have alerts paused for just a moment because I'm saying the shit I'm gonna say, and then I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna go die in obscurity. I am always the optimist, as you can tell, because you can tell how I have that slow build when I'm about to say something, because I'm trying to avoid actually saying what's pissing me off. And right now it's I can't put my finger on it, like exactly what the world is pissing me off. It's infuriating. But there's actually something else that's actually made me not so happy. And I actually even have the record of it, of why I didn't understand something, and why I even might have been the spread of information that was correct if it was looked into properly. Anyway, I show up to my son's school and find out that that to all reports, when I had specifically asked the school and emailed to see if there are any classes that had been let go, and was told no, I came to find out that there are many classes that were let go, and I didn't have to be told, even though I had let my son stay in school based on their record keeping of saying that, you know, basically we would be informed if anybody in the school is getting sick, teachers, staff, whatever, other classes, we'd be able to change your answer. And actually, you can go stay virtual. I get my son because they can confirm by Tuesday at latest that while my son sits on the back of the bus to get home from school, by Tuesday he was sitting with or near somebody who is confirmed to have COVID. Okay, well, it happens. It's gonna happen. There's no way I could put my son out there into the world and that not happen. I knew that he's already had it this past July. That wasn't an excuse of me saying to give it to him, and I'm gonna get back to that one little fact real quick. It's just to say that I figured the responsible steps would be taken should anything happen in any of it. Like I basically, I'm not head of education. Since my ex and I have joint custody for my son, I am head of healthcare, religion, and psychology, psychiatry. She's head of education and extracurricular. So technically, she gets to say whether he's at home learning, like virtual learning, or in school. But because this is a health concern to say it, I get to say, no, there's a health concern. You see how there can be a tug and why health usually comes out on top. But I thought the transparency that the school is showing would make me decently okay with the idea that he's going back to in I put up a community post. Does healthcare trump education? If there's something of health that is getting in the way of education, education trumps healthcare. If I'm trying to throw healthcare under the bus and it's education, healthcare is basically the trump card, because you can always, in psychiatry, because they're broken down in the state of Florida. It rhymes with that. I'm really trying to avoid this part where my blood pressure goes up and I realize that I have to talk to you guys seriously. I have to go get tested again. And I put up a community post where I basically said that with this thing on, that this is what it ends up looking like when you're having to hang out with your son and be basically trying to be in isolation, even though you think you possibly have it again. You're trying to isolate yourself while being in the same household. That is this. And that's when I figured out that no matter what I try to do for this community, and no matter who comes around and no matter what happens, there are going to be dumb people. Like, anybody can hit the subscribe button, or anybody can run across the community page. So stupid people exist, which means that, of course, I had this on. But by the way, shout outs to Pockets for actually figuring out that in that picture in the community post, I had the vent cover it up, because there is always the third variable that I need to be the one being careful about exhaling in front of my son, not getting it from my son, that it might already be too late. And that if it's already too late, that this isn't doing me much. I did get idiots saying some really, really weird things, which made me think, wow, anyone that's worth coming to the streams has to know a few things. And so, but then I realized that there's one little thing that even I didn't realize, and I'm gonna pass it along. Here's my idea. I'm gonna talk to you guys about it. I'm gonna say it out loud, and then you guys are all going to be, as a conglomerate, as a collective, you're collectively basically going to turn into my ex-wife, where you try to repudiate anything that I say with either a substantial claim or bullshit, and either is acceptable, since both come out of her mouth at any given time, or sometimes both come out at the same time, which is a phenomenon I haven't seen since the dawn of the when language was created. I think it was around the time that man first said fire, but instead of saying fire, they went so I have to go get a test. Now, if we're gonna get, figuring that we have to assume that somebody right now, since I put Covidiots in the title, somebody from Google is going to stop by during this. Let's make sure that we're reading from the CDC website. And these are even things that surprised me, because they have actually, when you're monitoring your health, they've actually changed the temperature that you're supposed to monitor. And that's important because you've heard, people here have probably even heard me. People here have probably heard me talk about that in general, 100.1 degrees Fahrenheit is when your body's actually reacting to something viral. That your body temperature comes up to help yourself with your immune system basically kicking in. Your body temperature continuing to rise past 101 degrees Fahrenheit is indicative of the idea that it's viral. And that's because most of the time when you're dealing with something bacterial, it doesn't need to rise that high. There's a certain level at which your body temperature will basically equalize. You'll have a fever, but it's prone to spiking. It's not prone to staying higher than 101 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, the CDC is telling people 100.4 degrees, which is interesting because that's the exact temperature I took earlier today. And since then I've stripped off some layers and it is now in the 90s. I'm bouncing all around in the 90s. So but you're supposed to be watching for cough, shortness of breath, or other symptoms. But the other symptoms is basically everything. The only thing that you can actually put to COVID is actually the if you have a loss of smell or taste that you didn't have previously. That's really like the only thing. Everything else has a comorbidity with something else. You might have strep, bronchitis, the flu, the actual flu, not influenza. And let me make really clear, I am discussing the topic of something that yesterday broke the 4,300 dead mark in the US alone. To put that in perspective, and though this isn't in perspective, I will be giving my ex, because she doesn't like to listen to reason half the time when I'm trying to just lie it down, everything like that. For anyone who, does anyone remember the really old commercials where they used to just take pauses in the commercial and tell you, like, it would be Alyssa Milano's type of commercial, and there'd be a pause in the commercial, and then they tell you some bad shit happened in the pause of that commercial, and then that was your inclination to be like, in the time it took me to say this, or the time that is spent that we just were silent on air, some horrible shit happened. Now you should all pay attention because horrible shit is happening. Let me give an even better indication of what that looks like. Let me just tell you. I'm gonna just say a sentence really quickly. I'm just gonna say it real quick right here, that analogy wouldn't work with my ex, because by the time I'm even trying to finish saying you should listen to the analogy that I'm about to use of how rapidly this is killing, oh, my time's up. That was 20 seconds, which means by yesterday's statistics, another person is dead from COVID in the United States. It's every fucking 20 seconds. Actually, you actually round up to it being exactly every 20 seconds someone is dead. That puts it as the leading cause of death right now in the United States. Nothing is killing Americans faster. How are so many people stupid? How are so many people that goddamn awfully stupid? How are you that dumb? That is literally, oh, wait, did I talk long? It's, oh, I'm sorry. 2 other people died because I went on a little bit of a tangent there. I'm sorry. I'm missing people's deaths on accident because I'm not actually looking at my watch every 20 fucking seconds. Does that do it for anyone? Is anyone really still thinking that this is not a big deal when this is the leading cause of why you will die in the United States? No, it's not a car accident that's more likely to kill you. No, it's actually not even old age. It's not even heart disease. It's not cancer right now. If you're living in the United States right now, the most likely reason you will die is because of COVID. Not even a random ass accident. There's nothing else. You're more likely to die from right now, this very second, you're more likely to die from COVID than anything else, statistically speaking. Which is why I'm getting a little frustrated at people not realizing that this is really stupid. Like, this is really stupid. In fact, I'm waiting for my channel to start getting hit over and over because I watched a video earlier of somebody else like equating this to like if this were a zombie outbreak, like how stupid it would sound if like we were like, we should like hunker down. Like, I should just put a link to the short and everything. I have to get this on my... Yeah, 3 people every minute right now are currently dying, which makes it really, really deadly. And here's the deal with that. That's important because it's not just people with pre-existing conditions or the elderly. And I think that's the other thing people keep hiding behind, because they refuse to do something like check the CDC's website. They also make mistakes like I did, because you see, I actually brought something with me in the office today, a reason why I can freshly be nice and not happy about exactly what you're being told when you go and get tested. How many people here have been tested? I hope you've been tested before, because if you haven't been tested, that means that either you literally do live in a bubble, or somehow you have made a conscious decision somewhere else. You could live in a bubble, but if you haven't been tested yet before, it means that there's no way that you've been socially active, or you've actually been one of the few people that have stayed 6 feet apart from everybody and never staying in one building for more than 15 minutes as you stay 6 feet away from everybody else and constantly wash your hands. But here's the thing. I have my own test right here, and there's a place that I was tested from. There's one of them that says I'm positive. That one is from one of the ones I said is positive. This is one of the ones that said I was positive. I was an idiot, because when, oh, this is another one that I'm like, I'm positive, but I also have the antibodies. I was an idiot. because I forgot to do something. I listened to what was on the paperwork, and I didn't really do so. Let's take a little vote real quick. There's a little thing that wasn't circled on any of my tests. So it said it asked like if I'm positive or negative. There's one of them. You see it for yourself. You see the thing right next to it that says PCR question mark, yes or no. It's not circled on any one of the tests that I have. Who here thinks they actually got a PCR when they got a rapid test? Who here this is an honest question. Who here honestly thinks that they got a PCR when they went to get a rapid test, but you got your results instantly? Like, oh yeah, that's I'm trying not to like go over like oh yeah, there's something I just I saw scroll by of like, even if it has a 1% death rate, people are being idiots about the idea that it has lasting side effects for forever. For a lot of people, for example, yes, I got COVID. Yes, I survived. I do not have a third of my right lung. You know what my pre-existing condition was? I'm half black. You want to know what my other pre-existing conditions were? None of them. None. I have zero pre-existing conditions other than genetically half of me is more predisposed to possibly having more complications from COVID. Other than that, I'm actually, when you go down the COVID checkmark list of having complications and being a bad case, I'm the pristine case of saying, hey, it shouldn't be bad in me. I can beat most all your asses in a race. I can outrun you. I have the more endurance than on average most all Americans, considering most all Americans actually hit since thirds of Americans actually are considered in some way or shape or form obese. I immediately right there can say that I'm in the 1/3 that I don't have that pre-existing condition. And I'm not saying that I've seen plenty of football players that can outrun me and they're considered obese, so I'm not going to put that one out there. But I'm just going to make a rough estimate and say that you're probably going to need to be in the 1/3 to start even thinking about being able to run faster than me or run longer than me, and all that jazz. I'm just going to put that out there. Yet I still lost a third of my right lung. So it's like I got over it type deal. But how many idiots does it take to not realize that just because somebody survives doesn't mean they don't have permanent physical or neurological damage? How many stupid idiots can actually be on the internet and not listen to science, ever go to the CDC's website, read all the documentation, or do anything like that? I gotta go back to what I gotta explain to my ex, because I gotta push this. I gotta push this point, because see, I've only got one shot. I gotta take my shot with this. Here's the deal. I'm gonna go get tested tomorrow with my son, but I'm gonna be getting a rapid test, and I'm going to be convincing them with the power, wait, I'm sorry, let me do this proper. With the power of science, I have to convince all of them to give me a fucking follow-up PCR, because I'm basically the control group for my son, who doesn't have to pop positive because we're going for rapid tests. Here's the thing. I might be like you, and I didn't realize that when they didn't no, that I'm like you, that when I didn't see the PCR yes or no scribble there and they told me that the rapid test was PCR, if you heard that out of someone's mouth, I was actually with you until I found out something. There are multiple versions of the test, and the people that are administering the test don't know what the hell they're talking about. And now that I know what the actual rapid test is comprised of, I'm a little pissed at the documentation on the CDC's website, and at people now not you know, just doing what I said almost we're getting closer and closer to a goddamn year ago, doing what I've been saying for a long while. If you think you're sick, stay the fuck home and away from people. Just do it. If you're an essential worker, we're kind of lining you up to shoot you down on accident. But everyone else, just be smart. It's not the time to be like, I can crawl into the office. Because here's the thing. That rapid test you've been getting, if they didn't circle PCR, you most likely got, and let me just start reading off some facts really quickly. You most likely got an antigen test. Now, from if anyone here knows how antigen tests work, literally testing for an antigen, you should already know where this is going. If you don't know where I'm going with the idea that this is an antigen test that we're actually dependent on, then all of a sudden you should realize why maybe arguing with my ex about this is going to be an uphill battle, because I've got to convince all of you guys to realize that you might have been thinking about this a little bit wrong. Let me just start reading some random things. By the way, does everyone know what an antigen test would do? Does anyone actually even know that? I'm gonna not actually even read the comments, because I'm assuming someone's gonna piss me off, and I'm assuming someone's gonna do it simply because of things like this. I'm gonna go to my own channel, and I'm going to go under the community post where I was lying in bed with the mask on, this mask, but my gaiter that I have around my neck was actually covering up the exhale hole, so that even my own respiration would be slowed down, even if I was using these are the P100 filters. And that's kind of important that these are P100, because it literally says on the side of the damn thing, by the way, don't gank these off of people that need them. Get them legitimately. Like, if you see them being sold by Amazon, go ahead, and if you would like a pair for yourself, get the ones that basically are, I wouldn't say defective, I would just say there's nothing that's overstock in the country. Don't go on medical websites and gank them, though. They need them. If you go on Amazon, though, and you're seeing a little bit of a high price, well, I'll buy it at a high price. Don't buy it for too high of a price. There's a little thing on here. Get it through just a decent channel of some sorts. But let's look at this really quick. Oh, what does this say? This actually blocks organic vapors. Oh, the P100 is different? It's different from other filters? Let me see what happens when I read the comments and I actually mention that I'm wearing this, because it is actually doing the thing I'm hoping it'll do it. Let's just read and see what some of the first people that wanted to comment, I don't know. Good luck, but if that mask didn't help the biologists in level 4 Wuhan lab, it won't help you. Be safe, stay strong. Where the fuck do people get their information from? Where is it coming from? Somebody in this dense, I feel like I'm speaking inside the skull of a Covidiot right now. You hear the echoing that's happening. That's actually because the chasm that is between their ears is so large. It's like, I wish I could have heard this in the Grand Canyon for my voice to echo like this, but no, I didn't get this great of acoustics. And I go into some Covidiot's head, and it feels like I am back on Carnegie Hall's like stage and something. Oh gosh. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Let me say really quickly that what happened in Wuhan was not indicative of what happens here. And that even when I know what they're speaking of, and I can't actually speak on that event. I know I specifically can't, but I will say this: the event to which they are referring, it wasn't the equipment that failed. And no, it's not the inciting event that I think they're referring to, but there are 2 replies to it, which mine was like, I believe I typed no, don't say that kind of thing and just make more bad information. Trying to put fault on a piece of equipment we absolutely know to be effective for protection and throwing it under the bus because they weren't used properly. That 99% effective against anything still means 1% not effective, or that the masks weren't on when we suspect it was being transmitted, like leaving the lab and not knowing you didn't wash down properly, is just showing ignorance. Like, it's just and then I'm like, no, that's got to be the only dumb thing that'll be said. But I actually saw someone say the word cringe, to which I asked them what it actually was that it was cringing. But then I erased some things. One I caught that I didn't erase. But somebody did say something important, which made me start thinking, there's more. These are I'm reading these and I'm thinking any of you could actually be my ex-wife in disguise, even though Jonathan Pkwy, even though I think Jonathan is probably not the actual random name of my ex nor her boyfriend or any of the, I'm just gonna say, take safety that there is only 4 or 5 cases of reinfection and never as bad as the first time. I don't know how many of you guys got a flu shot this year? How many people got a flu shot this year? And quick follow-up question. How many people got a flu shot last year? Follow-up question. How many people read the CDC's website where they're literally trying to right now give people real-time updates? And I'm not even kidding you right now. Not only the quarantine stuff, they're trying to give you, there's a tab under cdc.gov for COVID-19 that says vaccines, information for you and your family, quarantine, who should quarantine, and new variants, what we should know. God damn it, there are new variants. Every year people get a flu vaccine and they can't, there's a new, it's how are people still walking and breathing? This is why I know I have to truncate this whole argument down really small, because my ex won't listen to me just spout off all this shit and just get it off my chest. She won't just sit around for me to say this. She's gonna wait for me to get to the point, even though I think I've made quite a few points that none of them she's aware of, but I've made them already. Okay, so if we're talking literally by the CDC and what we know about of variants and everything, and take safety that there's only 4 or 5 cases of reinfection, how many people actually are paying attention to the news when they're talking about the cases of reinfection? Did people actually look into like the case in Florida where there was somebody who was shown to have been certified as reinfected, and then the news outlets, including Fox, picked up this story and went ahead and told everyone else, you guys know about that, there's been proven cases of reinfection. Did you guys read the subtitles, listen to the whole thing, or see where they got their sources? Because apparently this person is probably going to be in the same boat as my ex, where when you saw certified cases of reinfection, you're actually looking at people who were infected, popped positive, had the PCR, which I didn't even get into the idea that you're getting fucking
antigen test. Antigen, not PCR for the rapid test.
So I didn't even get into the idea that you're getting antigen test, not PCR. So I've got to assume that this person probably is watching the same news as my ex. And to this person, as I would say to my ex, is, What the fuck have you been watching when you're supposed to be going to the CDC's website to read up on this? God damn it. If you can literally go and see that there is a chart talking about new variants, and you go to new cases caused by new variants, and the variant cases in a lot of these territories instead are highlighted literally when you click on the data download sheet of the CSV as being more than 5 cases of people being infected by a variant after being infected by the original, you gotta know that there's something different between the news that you heard and the shit that's actually facts. If you're spouting off 4 to 5 people reinfected and none of them, you didn't do your goddamn research. What the fuck is wrong with you people? It's like you went to Wikipedia and you didn't bother to actually scroll down to the footnotes where they got their goddamn information from. Do you think that's right? If you're trying to write your thesis paper, do you think it's okay to copy off of Wikipedia? Or would you take the time to maybe click on the articles that maybe Wikipedia was written from, since any fucking person can change Wikipedia? And guess what? Since Walter Cronkite isn't around to actually give us the news anymore, you know, the actual facts of the news for everything, not just the subjective news that people like to cherry pick, we have a lot of different places that give you half the story, which is every damn news station. So you kind of can't just watch the news and just be like, no, I got this shit down. I got it down pat. You got to actually do the research. How can you have a variant case that the download sheet immediately tells you the variants have been contracted by, I don't know, let's just eyeball this, over a dozen people who have gotten the variant, had the original, yet the news is only reporting about 4 or 5 people have ever been reinfected. Where is the dissonance? Oh yeah, those were people specifically. How do I really, is it, I am once again speaking in the echoing halls of a Covidiot's head, hoping that the sound bounces around long enough for them to understand that they're a fucking dipshit. Because apparently they didn't hear and take notes. This will be on the final exam. They didn't take notes that every person that was in this test group that is being reported on the news is somebody who was confirmed to have it, didn't have it, and was confirmed to not have it, and then had it again with the third variable of they contracted it from a community, and they could not say that it came from overseas or from travel or from doing any other stupid shit. These are people who had to have gotten it, and they basically got it, didn't have it, got it. I did everything right though. Why the fuck do I have it? That's what you're citing. Do you hear how stupid that starts sounding when you're literally, but it's someone, and you know, let me one more time say to your empty hollow skull of your Covidiot where the brain should be, but you scooped it out and decided to have it for lunch since apparently you're going hungry. You decided whatever meat was in front of you was fine. You probably dine on monkey brains. I hear they're a delicacy, so why not go ahead and eat your own? They're practically on this point the same. You went ahead. Oh, this is why is this such a stupid thing? Here, okay. Oh God, I'm gonna have an aneurysm just saying this out loud. This is why I'm never getting through this conversation with my ex. I'm never getting through the conversation with my ex. I'm gonna have to, when I call my ex and try to explain this to her, I'm going to have to call her using the Go XLR so she can realize how stupid it sounds when her voice sounds so hollow and mine is bouncing around her skull all over the place. Like, it's okay. Here's what's happening. People that are confirmed that they're talking right now, that are saying these statistics out loud, are getting 2 very different news stories wrong. 2 very, very different news stories. The variant cases, they're getting the variants confused, and they're getting reinfection confused. And they're getting reinfection confused community spread versus overseas spread. And the reason that these are important are because of how we judge whether someone's been reinfected. And that is strictly right now by the CDC's cases by people who either died, hospitalized, or PCR. And what they all have in case, they all checked you the same way. Unless you died, then they just were like, they checked your pulse and it was, and they were like, okay, never mind, we don't have to check anymore. So it's, let me, for anyone who thinks that this statistic applies to if you got a rapid test, you're a fucking moron. I already knew you were a moron because for the idea that for any given rapid test, it says that it has a 70, and I rechecked this because somebody just asked me if it was 73 or 93 or 97% correct for a rapid test. And I went and I got 92, 93, and 97% as the rapid test statistics for how correct they are, with all having an asterisk that no one fucking reads. If you think that those statistics are because of a rapid test for all the people that have all those tests, if you think 5 reinfections based on that, you are a fucking moron and really need to reassess your brain and how you try to get knowledge in general. Because I forgot that I was speaking to this. There's no brain involved in here. Here's the idea, you dumbass. People who got a PCR got a test that literally let the virus in a controlled setting run rampant and make another one of itself. Technically, it's not alive, so it just replicated using the magic of science. And they wait for a few days because that shit takes a few days. I don't know why it would take a few days. Kind of like the fact that it takes a few days for most people to fucking show symptoms, you goddamn idiots. Anyway, I can't stand the hollowing effect of idiots' heads anymore. Like, the thing is that the thing is, I'm not gonna get through this. See, Patrick Carrier, that's what I thought too. No, when they want to roto-root your brain or just swab your nose a little bit, both of them technically aren't PCR. Technically, both of them are not going to be PCR. They're going to be different variants of the rapid tests that are, and one of them pretends to be a PCR, but it's not a fucking PCR test. It is not a PCR test. Now I know which one you're talking about. It's not because. And here's the thing about it, unless your test says that it takes in the hospital several hours or outside of the hospital several days, it cannot be a PCR test. Viruses don't work like they do. They do not work like they do in video games. They don't work like that. Viruses take time. That's the reason why I keep saying things like when I talk about when I'm like, the deepest lore of like some of these video games, for some that's one version. Yeah, science, when they PCRs, when they swab your sciences back at your throat and they get your results back to you in 24 hours, they claim it is. Read the CDC website. It's close.
Oh, god damn it. Fuck no, it's not. It's not. It's actually not.
This is where I had to actually go down the rabbit hole. And find the solution. So let me just lay it out for you guys like I'm gonna lay it out for my ex. Here's the thing. My son and I tomorrow will both be tested for COVID again. And I'm going to be dealing with somebody who would probably make a comments like, since I've already been infected, wouldn't that mean my son and I can't get infected again? To which I say, then why the fuck do we have a flu season every year that seems to have a different variant? And why does the CDC's website talk about literally, and I'm not even kidding you, a dozen different variants currently in existence that we can measure, but we only can confirm what I've been saying for the longest time, which is that, guess what? I was actually wrong. Since the first real strain that went around the US, the CDC actually finally corrected me. The first real strain isn't the first variant that came from Europe. Thank you, Europe. You know how to mutate things better than the US does, and you should really take that as a compliment, because we know how to take a really good election system and mutate it into a bastardized system where people really think storming a Capitol is a good idea. We know how to mutate the idea of science and morality to the point that we actually will fly a Confederate flag in our fucking Capitol, and we think that's justice. So if you were able to mutate a virus twice better than we could, then holy shit, Europe, you have got us beat in some ways, because Europe, we got our first real strain actually from then. While it is true, we did get something here that we started tracking in February. Most likely by March, if you were infected, you were actually infected with the first tracked variant from Europe, which showed no differentiation from the original strain other than just being more infectious. And then people didn't really listen on my stream when I said variants are being more infectious, stay away from people, blah, blah, blah. And it didn't matter how many people got antibodies, because guess what? The CDC just confirmed since September, you've actually had a third strain in the US infecting you at a more rapid pace than the rest of the strains, which still doesn't get me to why I really have to pretend that you are the hollow recesses of my ex's brain who will not listen to science fast enough for her own son. Because here's the deal. I'm going to tell you exactly what an antigen test actually does, and you're going to tell me if that sounds like it's reliable if you have asthma. My ex has asthma. I'm literally trying to save my ex's ass in all of this. I'm going to try to save my ex's ass with this stupid shit. All right. For anyone, and I'm just going to start reading. Okay, so let me just read by contrast of let me just break this down for you. A PCR test for COVID-19 will look for the genetic material from the virus and are sometimes referred to as the gold standard test for active infection due to their high sensitivity. Why is it that they have high sensitivity? Well, I was getting there. Why the fuck are you rushing me? I don't want to be rushed right now. Can't you see I'm having a panic attack? I really actually need to take my medicine and my Valium, so I don't have. Why are you rushing me? I was getting to it, you motherfucker. It was because, why is it the gold standard in having high sensitivity? And some say that it's even too sensitive. PCR tests reproduce the RNA in a person's sample many times over using sophisticated equipment in a specialized lab, so they're able to detect even tiny bits of virus. PCR tests tend to be expensive and take hours to produce results in even the most simplest. Now notice that I said in even the most simplest, it takes hours for a PCR, and that is a PCR not specific to COVID, any PCR, because it has to replicate the RNA, which doesn't happen overnight. Even Capcom got it right. Even Resident Evil 1 gets it right when they say that the zombies you're fighting are not dead, because it took them a week for it to spread through the Spencer Mansion. That within a week's time, either you died or you lived, but basically your brain got burnt out, which is a document that's just in Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 1 Remake, but no one apparently wants to read it, so it's fine. Even Capcom in '98 got something right that we can confirm with today's medicine. So you can play video games and learn this shit. This was 22 years ago, 23, we're in 2021 now. 23 years ago, they guessed and they got it right. And we're dipshits 23 years later. We're dipshits 23 years later. Because you realize that even even in Resident Evil, they didn't make it look like you got infected and died instantly from getting the T virus. They made it sound like you were sick and it took time for you to be infected, which it does. It takes time. It can't just rapidly do. It can't. That's actually why The Walking Dead works as a whole thing, because its whole premise is we're all already infected. You see how that works? If we're already infected with a thing, then it can already spiral into a thing. But if you're not infected with the thing, it's got to actually replicate the thing. That's why it can take up to 12 days. The fucking virus isn't alive. It's not alive. It's not alive. The virus isn't alive. It's not a living being. You don't kill a virus, you destabilize it. And it's just protected by this little protein shell. And I'm getting back to that protein shell because it's really fucking important. For all the Covidiots taking notes for the lecture for which you will be tested in the trial called Trying to Live and Not Die a Stupid Covidiot Death, this will be on the test. For all of the people, it's not what it has to do. It has to hijack cells. And once it's not cell from DBZ, because if it was cell from DBZ, we'd all already be dead. But if it was, I'm just saying, because like Cell gave everyone a week and then he was just gonna be like, boop, dead. But anyway, it's got to hijack other cells to make another one of itself, because by definition, something that's alive has to be able to make another one of itself, and a virus cannot make another one of itself, so it's never alive. On contrast, most all of you who thought you were getting a really, really good test, most all the people who would say shit like, there's only been 5 cases of reinfection ever, period, so you probably have good chances. For all you idiots, the test that you think you're going off of on the rapid test is actually a test for antigens. Do you know what an antigen is? Do you know what a virus is? Do you know what living is? Do you know what sequestering yourself is? You should probably do that. Please actually go hide in a hole. If you're a danger to everyone else. It's actually probably great that your brain is hollowed out like that. I'm assuming that actually that the linguistic centers and the motor centers are actually removed. Therefore, hopefully you're just squirming around like Mothra trying to attack the city before Mothra turned into the actual moth. Anyone remember that, Godzilla? Anyway. Oh wait, these are facts. And the facts must be broadcast. By contrast, and I'm now reading, antigen tests, which are all of the fucking rapid tests you've basically been taking, look for fragments of proteins from the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Oh, did you guys actually know that this thing is actually a strain of SARS? Oh, because that's the thing that also I already erased from somebody's comment of saying, I don't even remember what stupid shit they said, but they basically said, you know, this isn't some case like SARS. You don't have to be so up about it. And I looked at it and I couldn't believe what I read, that somebody actually commented that it's not like it's SARS. So why am I acting like it when this is SARS? COVID-19 is SARS. Is called this because it happened in 2019, the 19, and is the novel coronavirus, but is actually SARS-CoV. It's SARS. So you remember the SARS outbreak that crippled China in 2003? The one that made Taiwan shut its borders down and made it one of the most living a normal life countries on this fucking planet, where they could count for 200 days without a new case springing up in their country because they actually treated it like SARS. Someone told me it's not like it's SARS, so what the hell ever. It's worse than SARS, you goddamn idiots. It's worse than SARS. At least with SARS, you knew that you're just gonna die or have some like side effects that we were starting to chart after a while. Now, I don't know, maybe you have some neurological degeneration. Maybe I don't lose a third of your right lung. I don't know who I'm speaking of.
I'm talking about me, you dipshits.
I don't know who we be talking about with that one. It's SARS. This is... I'm getting off track, aren't I? I'm getting off track. Literally reading the documentation, not as accurate as a PCR test, cheaper and faster, largely due to the way the sample is processed. A person provides a sample, usually through a nasal swab, and the sample is treated and analyzed on the spot. While the results are usually available in a matter of minutes, the false negative rate for antigen tests is high, possibly as high as 50% fucking percent. For those of you who actually didn't know why I might actually be saying this so fervently, is because if you do not know what an antigen test does, you do not know what you've been protecting yourself with, which is why I even feel like an idiot. So now I have to explain to my ex really, really fast why it's true that if I'm positive for COVID again and Rowan is negative, or Rowan is positive and I'm negative, we both have to be counted as positive. And the fact that I'm going to get tested with my son is literally just trying to put another plot point because my son could actually go get tested and it not be accurate. It's not always accurate. It's not fucking accurate a lot. Actually, it has a high chance for not being accurate. In fact, according to the CDC, as a rough estimate, and I shit you not, the rough estimate says 100%. The rough estimate says 100%. How is it a rough? How the fuck? CDC, in the halls of your chambers of when you put out statistics, knowing that people like me will go read this shit and they will try to see why the hell did you put this. For the normal layman who will not actually go research and look at all of the documentation, why the hell would you say a rough estimate of 100% and not explain yourself better? I don't understand. These people are Covidiots. You're trying to win them over. Why wouldn't you explain yourself? Don't say a rough estimate of 100%. There is no such thing as a rough estimate of 100%. That's not a rough estimate. That's a solid goddamn figure, you fucking morons. You're the scientist. I'm just the statistician. What is wrong with this? What is wrong with this? What is wrong with it? Statistically speaking, as a conservative estimate, 100% of the time, according to the CDC, that you go get tested and you're infectious and you're contagious to others, you're infected, you have it full blown, but you don't have symptoms yet. On day one that you have it, that it is actually through your system enough that you are spreading it to other people and you're a danger to everyone around you, the rough estimate is 100% of the time the test will never show you have it. It will be a false negative. It's actually a positive. You've got it. In fact, those numbers don't get much better. In fact, according to the CDC, by day 3, it could be 30 to 40% still as false negatives as a rough estimate, and only in their deviations is it around day 10 that they can guarantee that test that is the quick antigen test is actually going to show you. And day 10 is still what they redacted. At first it was day 14 because it could take 14 days for it to, in a strong immune system where it doesn't act as fast, for it to actually come back and actually leave traces. It's like footprints. An antigen test is like a footprint, and they're tracking it. You know how easy it is to lose the case, to stop tracking it? You know what trackers do to keep finding the trail? They have to find more fucking footprints. If you're looking for one fucking footprint and you're gonna base everything off of one goddamn footprint, you're a fucking idiot. Why? That is the exact reason that the CDC says over and over to quarantine. Because you can't necessarily trust it. You have to, the CDC doesn't, there's no ambiguity about this. There is zero ambiguity about when to quarantine. It even says if you go get the test, it only shortens the options to reduce quarantine. Reducing the length of quarantine may make it easier for people to quarantine by reducing the time they cannot work. Wait a second. This is for idiots who will never ever fucking read the CDC's goddamn website. Reducing the length of quarantine may make it easier. Pick up a pen, start writing. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, mister in the back. I know you're sleeping. Wake the fuck up. Reducing the length of quarantine may make it easier for people to quarantine by reducing the time they cannot work. A shorter quarantine period can also lessen stress on the public health system, especially when new infections are rapidly rising, like they are every goddamn day here in the United States of America. Your local public health authorities make the final decisions about how long your quarantine should last based on local conditions and needs. Follow the recommendations of your local public health department if you need to quarantine, but options they will consider include stopping quarantine after 10 days without testing or after 7 days after receiving a negative test. They tell you to quarantine even after you get a negative goddamn test. Do you see why it sometimes makes me upset a little bit? The CDC is literally telling you to continue quarantining after you get a negative test. It lessens the time you need to go. Why does it? Because you just got a goddamn rapid test that was for antigens. You were looking for footprints. You didn't find a footprint. That doesn't mean it didn't track there. It could mean that it rained through, I don't know, by you taking a shower and it just didn't swab up. It means that you used a nasal spray. It means a lot of things. When you are tracking and looking for footprints, if you lose the trail, you have to find it again. And sometimes if you just in the test lost the trail for a second and it comes back as negative, the CDC is even being like, oh shit, we might let them into the public again. What should we do? Have them quarantined for another fucking 7 days, god damn it. Is it really? It's an option to reduce quarantine. I'm not. What the fuck? What is wrong with it? What is fucking wrong with this? What is wrong with this shit? This is public knowledge. This is public knowledge. This is the best that we've got to go by right now. How is it? Literally, it's saying if you go and get the rapid test, it's lowering the time that you should be quarantining. Nurse Alyssa actually donated during that, and I'm actually gonna let that play because I'm. Oh yeah, welcome back to the family, everyone. I've had it pause for a while. Oh God. Let me just play this and then.
So, can I help you?
No, but maybe I can help you.
I need an adult.
I am an adult.
If my internal thoughts came to life, it would be this stream. Thank you for saying it. Because I've tried and ended up walking out of patients' rooms that wouldn't listen. On another note, I got my second dose of the vaccine and had no side effects, luckily, smiley face.
Oh, Oh, that was the that was a good a thing. Everyone hashtag nurse Alyssa right there. Oh yeah, Paige brought his no, don't fight. Oh god. Everyone hashtag listen. Here's the argument I'm gonna be making to my ex. Here's the argument I'm gonna be making. Hey there, Julio.
So, can I help you?
No, but maybe I can help you.
I need an adult.
I am an adult.
Everyone hashtag Julio. Let me. I don't know what to do with a lot of this because if people don't even know that they have to, unless they're an essential worker, they have to keep quarantining. If people don't even know that when we, so here's the statistic that you guys all didn't read about the rapid test that you forgot. One, that if you get a rapid test at the wrong time, it's not going to show you that you actually have it. And second, it's an antigen test. Tests are antigen tests are doo-doo. Like that's just I don't know how else to say it. Like how antigen tests are shitty. What they're used for is just for the general masses. It's to help contain the idea. It's looking for footprints in a general group. It's the idea of, okay, so if anyone's actually been paying attention to how do we do this a little faster, a little bit better on testing people, we've got a way that we've been talking about, and people might have heard about this of basically doing a batch. And let's say that you have a pool of 10 people, and you want to be able to clear all 10 people of having COVID-19. Then, well, what you could do is actually take a sample from all 10. You've heard of this kind of stuff, haven't you? Heard of this? I hope people have. You could take a sample from all 10, and you could run the sample as a batch. And there's a name for it, but I'm not going to assume people give a shit about names and terms and everything like that. There's a name for that. Everyone hashtag John Parker, by the way, also, because I got the box of goodies from you, which included Conker's Bad Fur Day, which makes you a badass for sending me that one. I needed original Conker's Bad Fur Day. I only have the re-release, which censored it too much. But this is so okay. Just breathing. And then yeah, my copy of Conker's Bad Fur Day, I have no idea where it is, but I only okay. If you were to batch a bunch of a group of 10 people together and you tested them all at the same time, you would be able to clear about 10 people at a time. That's the idea. If that batch came back with a positive, you would know to test all 10 people. That's also the idea behind it. The pros behind that is that we could basically take groups of people. We could actually judge people as a collective of sorts. And if that whole collected group, all 10 samples, it comes back negative from a PCR test where they're going for 3 to 5 days, or roughly actually about 48 hours, are going to sit there and let it try to replicate the RNA that's actually in COVID-19. I want to call it SARS now so people realize it's I almost said COVID-19 and it's COVID-2. I want people to know that this is SARS. But the pros to that is that like 10 people at a time, we don't have to waste tests, right? So that, but if you see that one person actually has it, then you know to test all 10 people. The cons to that is that if you start testing people in a batch, and it happens that all 10 people in that batch are infected, then you actually just wasted a test. You tested for 10 people, you found that there's one person that's infected, now all 10 people are infected and you tested all 10 people separately, you use 11 tests instead of 10. So where's the golden number? Actually, we think it revolves somewhere between 5 and 6 people, which is about a good standard deviation. If you think about the extent at which we thought people would be infected by the end of 2020, good riddance to that year, was at least 60% of America. And we weren't really far off. In fact, the rates that you see on the news are not correct. There are a lot of people that are asymptomatic. Just because it doesn't kill everyone or affect everyone doesn't mean that everyone can't be a carrier. And that's a totally different thing. And people are just goddamn stupid because they get all their news from stupid, apparently. So that assumption probably is correct, at least for one strain of what's going on right now. There's probably a very good case to be made that 60% of the general populace in urban areas, and let's not put it to rural, in urban areas came into contact with it and either got it, maybe had antibodies, maybe didn't. Because this also puts something else into perspective. You're not guaranteed antibodies. And this is why I gotta start arguing with my fucking ex. And I know the argument's coming tomorrow because I don't know how to explain this to her. Rowan can come back negative, I can come back positive, and I'm basically the baseline that says we gotta wait on the PCR. I'm trying to save your asthma-ridden ass. He probably shouldn't go back with you. The case being that we're looking at a test that the rapid test is in the 90-ish percentile of being accurate if the protein is present. Let me put this in terms that everyone might really understand. If you're a tracker and you were given, let's say, a plot of 10 by 10 feet for which you could try to track your prey through. Let's say that you actually like tracking deer on foot, and you were to say, well, in this 10 by 10 foot square, I cannot find tracks. And then as a tracker, you decide to say, therefore the deer doesn't exist. Just point the bow down at your foot and shoot yourself to plant yourself in that spot. Stop tracking. You're an idiot. You wouldn't do that. It would never happen. You would never hear of it happening. But that's exactly what's happening with the PCR. It is tracking it. It's tracking the protein that it leaves behind. There are multiple factors that can actually sweep the footprints of this away. And there are multiple factors which make it so that the CDC, and again, straight from the CDC's site, says there is no need to retest after a positive test. You simply need to start with the other steps. There's no need to retest. There's no need to retest after you get the positive. The actual, you know, it's positive. You know why there's no need to retest? Because you're gonna keep fucking popping it positive. Because you're gonna leave tracks behind, and those tracks can last there forever. The same way that they might not be there on day 1 or day 3 or day 5. It can take up to goddamn day 14 for the actual virus to track on through, for the actual rapid test, the antigen test to pick up the protein and actually show that you've got the goddamn virus. Because, and technically that's true, the standard deviation, while it's only a few days, the actual mean is somewhere closer to the 14-day range, somewhere more towards 7, and the median is actually your number that's sitting towards 4 days before the goddamn rapid test will actually show accurately. But it's only gonna show, you know why it's 90% accurate? It accurately shows if you've got the protein. The protein that it would have left behind as a footprint that can be washed away easily. It's 90% accurate at being able to catch something that isn't necessarily going to be there because its footprints got washed away and you need to track it a different way. Hence, theretofore, it can be followed up with a PCR test. You get a rapid test, and if they think the rapid test is wrong, you will hear them following up with the PCR, which is actually the one that is really solid and is actually going to be the one. Otherwise, if you got the rapid test, the CDC says keep quarantining for 7 days. You don't have statistical grounded data that says you don't have it. You could have gotten the test too early or too late, or you could never have it leave behind footprints, because that's exactly how my son always tested negative, but we know he had it. You don't have to show the signs. There are people who are asymptomatic all the time, and guess what? They're not gonna necessarily show it. What the After that, the CDC even goes out of their way to point out that you only have 3 months of this kind of what people would call immunity. Because who needs to quarantine? People who have been in close contact, and they have it underlined. What does close contact mean? The definition: someone who was within 6 feet of an infected person for a cumulative total of 15 minutes or more over a 24-hour period, starting from 2 days before illness onset, or for asymptomatic patients 2 days prior to test specimen collection until time the patient is isolated. For those who actually don't want to break down the idea of if you were ever in close contact, let me just break this down for it. Did you go to the grocery store today and stay in there for more than 15 minutes? Did you go buy somewhere and stay for more than 15 minutes that has a rotating customer base? Did you do that? Did you actually do that? Because because technically, statistically speaking, you were actually walking by, statistically speaking, enough people that if you stayed in the store for more than 15 minutes and there wasn't just you and the cashiers there, that you probably actually qualified for the term close contact. Oh God. People who need to quarantine, people who have tested, people who have been in close contact with someone who has COVID-19, excluding people who have COVID-19 within the past 3 months. You know why it actually says the past 3 months? It says the past 3 months because, oh, isn't this wonderful? You don't keep antibodies, and there's no such thing as immunity. There is, you have an immune response. Okay, wait, no. There's such thing as immunity. No. There's no such thing as being immune. The way that people throw around the word immune. It's not, to this, as far as we know, there's not. The CDC hasn't found it. We haven't found it globally. We haven't found it. There's no such thing as being immune. You know what immune means? The inability for all of it. You just can't. It just can't. It's not like asymptomatic. It's not whatever. It's just like, it's like, oh, okay. That's the thing. It's kind of like, I don't know, the idea of having sickle cell as a defense against malaria. There actually are people with sickle cell anemia, and sickle cell developed as giving your body because having an immunity wasn't good enough. Your immune response, you weren't actually immune with a good immunity to malaria, but it killed a lot of people. So there was actually a way that your blood decided to change. It actually made the cells of your blood, they kind of look like a little sickle, like a little half moon. And what does that do? It actually gives you a better chance against fighting off malaria. That's a little tidbit for people who don't know another leading cause of death in the world, because nobody actually looks this shit. Why am I even looking that? Nobody looks this shit up. People have one chance to live, and they never look this shit up, and then they just assume they know all the facts, and then they go off and they die. Like one day, I'm sorry to inform everyone here, but I have a prognosis for you. I'm gonna consult with professionals, but it is terminal and it's called life. And in the prognosis called life, we're gonna go over it. We're still having doctors talk about what that could pertain, but usually it's in the long run it's fatal. It's fatal. And let me check my fact sheets. 100% of human beings. So we're still working on that. I'll get back to you on that. The CDC has not actually updated their website on the facts pertaining to life, which is maybe why people think that their life isn't important enough to check the fucking CDC website to realize that the CDC has actually even recognized that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of cases of reinfection of people that we simply don't know about, and it's only excluding you for 3 months because that is actually the lower end of the statistical deviation, and the higher end is about 5 months. It lands about in the 4 month area, and 67% of your test subjects are actually going to be running between 3 to 5 months, which is when I'm going to have to tell my fucking ex-wife that it was more than 5 months ago that I fucking had this thing. and that I had it actively, which means that statistically speaking, if I pop positive for it again, and I've been in such close proximity to my son because he sits on my lap while I read to him at night, and he's possibly the one that gave it back to me, since I'm basically a hermit in this house, then ipso facto delorum, my son has it. He popped negative because he got tested too early, or for the same reason he tested negative before, and daddy has it again. And while daddy doesn't want it, because guess what? When doctors tell you you have a bad chance at living if you get it again, you might not want to get it again, because doctors actually read the goddamn science that says plenty of people have gotten it again and died. So there's already that I really don't like the idea of, that, you know, if I pop positive for it, my 3 months are up, so are my 5 months, so are my anything else. It's just, it doesn't matter what it is. All of it is up, and in actuality, I'm completely susceptible again to it. Statistically speaking, the same way that you're every flu season susceptible to the new strain of the flu, especially because, and let me check my fact sheet. Oh wait, it's not my hand because it's not common knowledge. It's actually on the fucking CDC's website. If you were sick before September, guess what? You ain't immune to shit. You ain't immune to fucking shit. There's no shit here you're immune to. It's impossible. You know why? It's a new fucking strain. You might be resistant to it. You might have a partial immunity to it. Guess what? You're still gonna fucking get it. And if you get it full blown because your body can't fight it off, guess what? Getting it before, it doesn't actually mean all that much in all those cases. Because while you do lessen the chances exponentially by doing things and going and get vaccines, guess how many people have gotten a vaccine to something like, I don't know, influenza, and still gotten influenza? But do you know how many people who have gotten influenza and died and gotten the vaccine? Barely any. You know why? It actually exponentially lessens your chances of influenza getting worse and worse. And you know I've got to be going and losing my mind when I bring up influenza, because this is nothing like influenza. This is the deadliest thing in the United States at this moment, full stop. Old age can't beat this shit. I don't know what else can. Like, it's not heart disease or cancer. Right now, as of yesterday, with 4,300 people dead, it's everything. It's deadly. It's pretty deadly. In fact, right now, if I were to be infected with what we think is the most common strain going on in, let's say, Cobb County again, which is located in the state of Florida, that I most likely will get it, because it doesn't give, no one gives a monkey's uncle whether I have the IgG and IgM antibodies. I'm running into a different strain of the exact same goddamn thing, which is actually, and wait a second, this time once again we can go to the CDC, more infectious, and they're still looking into the possibilities of it being more dangerous than the original, though preliminary tests have shown it's just the same danger. They have also shown you will show the exact same symptoms as getting it the first goddamn time. Where are people getting these goddamn facts? It is not the same. There is no, so I'm sitting here reading for everyone to see, where you can go fact check me anytime you want to, and stop watching the goddamn, get off the sidelines of your own goddamn life and start actually playing the game. And the first rule of playing the game is knowing the goddamn rules. You want to know the rule of staying alive? Maybe you research the thing that is killing more Americans per day than anything else. Maybe you start with that one so you avoid that potential pitfall, and then you worry about all the rest of the things that have now taken a backseat to it, like heart disease and cancer, suicide, depression, pneumonia, the influenza, all of those things that by yesterday's, the day before that have taken a backseat to this motherfucker that's killing everybody. Ugh. So yes, it is an actual real possibility that, as opposed to idiots, I can very much get reinfected And according to medical science, I will actually be worse off because I have permanent damage from the first time I got sick. Because once again, no one actually reads the goddamn science, and the science says that we know this thing leaves a residual effect in most all patients. I'm sorry, did he say most all patients? He said most all patients. I am not shitting you. As far as we know, most all patients will show a residual effect of this thing, even if you're asymptomatic. We just don't know what it is yet because our sample sizes aren't big enough and the timeline isn't long enough, you goddamn ignoramuses. What is wrong with you? If we already know in the short term, in just a few months, that people that were even asymptomatic are showing neurological degeneration, what do you think is going to happen when we can study this thing for 5 years? Or maybe we just look at SARS, which this is a fucking strain of, and we already know this shit because we already fucking studied it, and we can do some research starting from the research we already fucking did. How many times do I have to crack my neck to the side before people actually read this goddamn shit? So here's the argument I'm going to make to my X real quick. I'm just pitching it to you real quick. I've been writing it. You know what? I'm gonna take these gummies are actually probiotics. My stomach's been in a tizzy. I don't know why. I haven't said anything that really is like making me upset. Let me just. That was a good half bottle of water. I'm just gonna go ahead and chew up these gummies while I pull up the draft of the text messages that I've been drafting what to send her, because I'm almost positive that if my own community post can be filled with such ignorance, and I know she's worse than the community, because I have tried to foster a community here that is actually educated, that goes out of their way to be educated. I fostered a community, and I've tried to, day after day, that I do what I do. I have tried to foster a community that sees a picture like this, that maybe you didn't see the community post, but they see this fucking picture right here, and they notice that I covered up the air exhaust hole on my fucking mask. But big fucking props to Pockets for noticing that one. Big damn props to Pocket saying smart move, covering the exhaust vent on the mask, hang in there. That he actually noticed that one, because yeah, I did. The reason why I wear this gaiter, this is always just like a backup. This is my general, we're going into a place, I don't know if I'm gonna need something, and it doesn't have to be, we know from the science, it doesn't have to be the thickest thing in the world, and it's better than nothing. That we know that this right here, look at this. If you're looking to go through your day-to-day life, you're doing a service to everyone if you deal with this. You know how much this doesn't bother me compared to a normal mask? Barely. This doesn't bother me. Wearing this thing doesn't bother me. It makes me look like I'm about to rob a store, but it doesn't bother me. Though we know statistically that this thing, even though it's not 3-ply whatever cloth, that this thing statistically, not only have we shown will keep people around you safe, but will actually now start preventing you from getting it, because if the particulate is big enough to get caught on this thing, you got a chance for it to either die on the surface of the mask, or for you to do the thing that most people do when they leave the store, which is take the fucking mask off, and all of a sudden all the bad things are right on here instead of actually in your mouth. We actually have things that says it protects you now. We actually have grounded science, yet the guy at QT who usually checks me out won't actually talk to me anymore. We used to have a good rapport until I asked him how he felt about all this, and then he said there's no science behind the mask, to which I said, what? And from then on out, he barely says a word. He doesn't joke around with me, because I realized, and we looked at each other, and I looked at him and I thought, you're stupid, and he looked at me and thought, you're paranoid, and I thought, well, which one's better? Me being educated and it leading to a little bit of being cautious that you can call paranoia, or you being dead? Because that's statistically the option that you're more prone to take than I am. And actually your loved ones, do you care about them? Because I'm pretty sure that you're saying that according to your brain, you don't give a shit about the people that you're around, that you would like them dead. And trust me, all of us have had that feeling of somebody that we know. We kind of had the bad thoughts. We had the one thought where we were like, you know, if they just dropped off the edge of the planet. But it's not, the person at QT apparently thinks that actually he wants all of his, that's his own thing. If that personally is, you know what I've been missing this whole time? I would look much more like I know what I'm talking about if I wore my glasses the whole time. I guess maybe if you have a bad enough home life that you really just want to discard all of the knowledge that we've got for us that actually says now is protecting you too, but his preliminary results, and he's going, but fuck my family, then you know what, more power to him, except for that's called bioterrorism. Yes, you can be charged with bioterrorism if you knowingly have it and you go somewhere having it and you spread. That's actually a crime. Did you know you're committing a crime if you have it and you still do dumb shit? You're committing a fucking crime. So anyway, I was gonna get to the while I still have lungs to rant, because honestly, and I'll take it live again. Honestly, I haven't been able to shake this fever that I've gotten, so that's an awesome sign. Oh, it went down, except for I drank water that was cold. At least it's down to a, it's only at a 99.8, except for I just drank water, which means I can guarantee that it's actually higher than that. I can guarantee. So you're not talking to somebody who's like got no stake in the game. Like, are you kidding? Like, I've got a lot of chips down on the table for this one. Like, I actually care about the science I'm talking about, because for all I know, and this is, you want reality thrown at you? For all I know, you're sitting here enjoying your Friday, Saturday nights, depending on what time zone you're in, and in a week from now, I'm on a slab because I couldn't fight off an infection again. Will it happen? Statistically, no. Will it happen that if I'm infected that I'll be fucking miserable and cough up a lot of blood again? Statistically, yes. If it happened the first time and I'm outside of that 3 months, statistically speaking, I'm gonna be coughing up blood as if I was Dracula and I had a bad lunch. Like, I'm going to be doing badly. It's not going to be okay. If the first time made me cough up that so much blood and made me lose a third of my lung, then the second strain that is not going to be the same as the first variant that I got, which was not the same as the first variant that some Americans got when it first came over here, then I'm gonna be pretty much dog shit when I get back to this. But no, let's disregard all of that medical science, because fuck facts, right? I mean, god damn it. As I'm surprised that not yet this thing hasn't been pinged by YouTube in general. Oh no, there aren't better treatments. No, there's nothing. We haven't shown conclusively anything to treat it well. Hydrochloroquine was a disaster, and we have so many different things. Okay, I will say we have a promising treatment, and I forgot the name of it, but I can give you the price tag on it. It will cost you approximately $2 million out of pocket to get the treatment that we know most effectively actually works, other than flexing your lungs and trying not to lie down straight on your back. That is that is the thing unless you got $2 million, your best bet is basically to treat it like pneumonia and sit up, because pneumonia can come around. But in otherwise, no, because guess what? The medication side effects, we have now shown every single one of them, other than, and I'm trying to think of the one that is, there is one that doesn't have this, and it costs you $2 million to get a hold of. Every other medication plays into the prolonged side effects of ever having COVID, full stop. Every other single one of them does. Every one of them. Every single one of them has actual comorbidity with the side effects you'd have. This is so goddamn ridiculous. I need to check my own stream real quick. When is the YouTube exec gonna show up and say that shutty or something? Like, I don't know. Don't shut up past me. Is it? No, they still haven't put under my thing that I'm streaming about COVID. So for once, maybe YouTube is trusting that I know what I'm talking about and that I'm citing my fucking sources. This is historic. Everybody, I think we need to hashtag YouTube for actually doing their job. I am actually, for once, not having a thing show up underneath my video saying that I'm talking about COVID. Check the CDC, and for more information, Google it, which was originally what showed up underneath all of my videos every time I talked about COVID. It said, go to the CDC's website, which I encourage you to do. Please do that. And also, if you don't find it on the CDC's website, Google. What? Thank you, YouTube, for actually trusting me. For I'm checking my facts as I'm saying them, and I'm not just spouting out bullshit. I'm spouting out straight up medical knowledge that people are turning a blind eye to because, oh my God, isn't it so much nicer that I get to go somewhere and do a thing that could cost people their lives instead of sitting at home? I mean, let's weigh the two. I get to go somewhere and do something fun and people die, or I stay home and people don't die. But I don't want to binge another Netflix show. Shut the fuck up. They were giving out free Netflix subscriptions when this shit started. Just okay, I'm getting to the message that I'm drafting to my ex. Let's see. Kale, that's called the Superman complex. It's called the Superman complex. I do like that if Gail Dorbin is here, they said on the comments of the community post, this is just another hurdle. In life, there are a lot of leg days. I really like that. This is just another hurdle in life. There are a lot of leg days. Like that probably is my favorite way to like sum up all of this. And by the way, the person who thumbs up it is someone who I miss being around a lot. Who used to say that hashtag not a cult, because it used to be a big deal that we had to, every stream, especially when I was playing things like Dark Souls 3, we had to hashtag not a cult quite often. Because anyway, all right, let me just scroll over. I'm trying to scroll past stupid, scrolling past stupid. I swear to God, if I see stupid, I have to say something about it. Please don't let me see stupid. Please don't let me see stupid. I just come on. I just want to not. Oh, please. Scrolling past Elvis. Someone commented something about Elvis. It's staying formidably not stupid. Okay, someone said don't forget about vitamins to improve your immune system. I'll let that one go because yes, that's always a good idea. Keep vitamins. I take a multivitamin. That's good. It's not gonna necessarily help everything. At least I will not one of the ones that thinks that you know what, I'm not gonna even worry about it. Okay. Oh wow. I'm happy. I only have like 3 stupid comments left that I haven't moderated. Oh my God. There's only like 3 stupid comments. You guys are awesome. The majority of my community is awesome, which means I can trust you to actually listen to the message I'm writing in my ex. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh. Yay. Oh. All right, now I can finally go to the note that I was drafting. And here's how I'm drafting. I'm drafting it as a text message first. I'm drafting a text message now. It's in my notepad because I started sending it, and then I decided that I was going to have to send this. I was gonna have to send this text. I decided I was gonna have to send this text, and then I was gonna have to speak to her because my son has a basketball game tomorrow. And see, here's my ex's logic. If I'm infected, as in I pop positive on a test for antigens, And my son is negative on a test for antigens, not a PCR test that actually tests for replicating the actual RNA of the virus, but instead looks for the footprints that could have been washed away. My ex's logic is he can go ahead and play in the basketball game tomorrow. I mean, it's only his dad that's positive, so bring him over to my house. He'll be in quarantine here. As dictated by his school, he must now be in quarantine, even though they went virtual. He's not allowed back in school the week after they come back from virtual. He's not allowed. I had to pick him up earlier from school and let him go play a game where everyone touches the same goddamn ball. Let him just go play that game, and nothing bad will happen from that. Nothing bad will happen from that. And I said, I talked to the doctor, my doctor. I'm not gonna throw. It's Dr. Rowe. And I understand the testing and everything a little better now. PCR is a term that, this is me assuming that she is just going to shoot down, which she will. The idea that if this is the draft, this is me already assuming the worst. And guess what? Every time I've assumed the worst from my ex, it's been true. It's been absolutely true. I don't know if she knows what the CDC is, but we live so close to goddamn Atlanta that she's driven by it, but I don't know if she knows what it is. PCR is a term that was thrown around too much. I used a semicolon right there because the next sentence that's about to come immediately is predicated upon the sentence which I just typed. It's thrown around enough that I finally just called Dr. Rowe's cell because I had a nagging question. And then I used a colon because I'm only gonna use my ass when I really gotta dump something on somebody. How could I have tested positive for months on PCR COVID tests, but Rowan tests negative so quickly? By the way, yeah, proper use of a semicolon. Oh yeah, I could go on. Don't, John Parker, don't. I just read that on chance. Don't get me on that, because we all know that I'm gonna go on my rant of, if you've ever used the word however, nonetheless, moreover, therefore, if you've words like that, if you've ever used those words and they were capitalized, you fucked up. 95% of the time, you done fucked up. If you can say the word however, you literally are saying this sentence is literally determined. The determination of the context of this sentence is based on the sentence that comes before it. Therefore, there must be a semicolon to say, I finished the previous thought. You must read the previous thought before you continue to this thought. They are not two separate thoughts. They are actually one, but I could not use a period because it was not that time of the month. Anyway, you see why I can't rant about, I have to talk about what's in the text. Because I haven't even gotten through all of this. Oh, someone's using the... Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. ... Someone's using the ... Oh. So, in case anyone missed what the sentence... By the way, that was one sentence that I used right there. That was one sentence. That was, PCR is a term that was thrown around too much, semicolon, is thrown around enough that I finally just called Dr. Rosell because I had a nagging question. Because I've had a nagging question. How could I have tested positive for months on PCR COVID tests, but Rowan tests negative so quickly? The answer is simple. We didn't get PCR tests. That's to say, by today's standard, what they did with that rapid test was what they thought was a PCR, but wasn't. And that's the important part. That's the important part of the misinformation that's gone around. In fact, that's why I try to say in this text, the PCR was supposed to replicate the RNA to an extent that you could verify a person has it. And that is true. That's why they're extremely sensitive. They only need the RNA to be present enough and viable enough to then replicate, so you can actually quantifiably say that it exists, because you goddamn see that it exists. Literally, it's existing and you saw it. However, while all the tests we got in July were marked PCR, and by the way, that one page is not circled. However, when asked what kind of tests they were, we were told they were PCR. They weren't. While they were marked, they thought were I'm sorry. That's to say, by today's standard, what they did with that rapid test was what they thought was a PCR, but wasn't. A PCR was supposed to replicate the RNA to an extent that you could verify a person has it. However, while all of the tests we got in July were marked PCR, it's literally impossible for it to have been a true PCR. The nasal swab is a true blue antigen test. It can't reproduce the RNA fast enough, but it can detect and, in essence, reproduce the fragments of protein that construct the RNA of SARS-CoV-2. That is to say that when we, in the early days, were getting the PCR test wrong, thinking that we get it, and in fact, there is still one test that is touted as PCR, but it is not. What is actually happening is that they're testing for two things simultaneously, and if either one pops up, they have a shorter amount of time for which they can tell you you are positive. They're looking for the footprints, and they're looking for it to replicate themselves. Literally what I'm trying to tell her is that they are trying to get a swab of the protein and then, by essence, make that protein basically blimp out so they can see it, or they're trying to replicate the RNA fast enough that they can then go and look at it as if it were a PCR test, but that's not a fucking PCR test. If you actually call the results based on the fact that you found the protein, then when they throw the test out, you actually don't even know if you actually had it because you stopped replicating the RNA there. But if you actually could never see it in the first place, that actually counts as a PCR test because they keep it around for more than 12 to 24 hours, see that it actually replicates themselves. They never have to see the footprints, but then they say, I didn't write all of this in the text message because she would never fucking read it. I gotta make it like a 5-year-old would get this. And I already figure out right now that I'm using way too many big words, and the fact that I use a semicolon means that my son will probably understand this better than she will, but what the fuck ever. Because my last paragraph I started typing in my notes app was, I'm saying this because my logic finally checks out, and you have to know that Rowan testing negative alone proves little if it's a swab. Of course, I made an appointment for myself, and that's where I stopped because I realized that I don't know where to go with that. Does anyone have any did I not cover? Can somebody actually come at me right now with where my logic is broken? By the way, what I was finishing with in that statement about my son, he actually got when he got an antigen test, if he fought it properly, his body never had to leave behind a footprint of the protein. That means basically my son could have been contagious, infectious, all those things, but he never had to leave behind a footprint. So when he tested negative, it didn't mean he never had the damn thing. And in fact, getting him an antibody test wouldn't prove it either, because not everyone gets I am tired of seeing people saying, just go ahead and get infected because you'll get antibodies. They're not forever. The CDC even says that after 3 months, you're pushing it. You don't have the antibodies that too many more times. We have too many variants. There are too many times that it's mutating like every other goddamn virus does. You're not immune to the shit just because you got it once. And on top of all of that, I can't see how this gets you fucking stupid. Is there something that I missed? Would the chat like to then try to? Would the chat like to would it? No, don't be scared, because I will tear it down lovingly with science. And I won't even use the echo effect as if you're a Covidiot, because if you're willing to come at me, you probably did it thinking you actually knew the facts and didn't have a hollow brain like the one I'm speaking in right now. Oh God. I'm like, if does everyone get that an antigen test is 90-some% positive for actually positively identifying the protein that never has to be there? Does everyone get that logic? That literally by my son testing negative, it does not mean by an antigen test, which would be the rapid test, that he doesn't have it. it just proves that it never left a footprint that they caught on one swab, being the same as an analogy of a hunter literally taking a 10 by 10 patch of land and then trying to determine in acres and acres on that 10 by 10 patch of land whether there are deer that he can hunt, which would be the dumbest thing in the world, considering that if you have acres to measure but you only take a 10 by 10 patch of land, then maybe you just never had the deer walk there, and therefore there could be deer all over the fucking place because they're just goddamn giant rats, and that you need to track somewhere else. Is there No, Chad, you're allowed to put a failure in logic right now. I am taking all failures in logic because I've been actually so infuriated that this is the point where I talk to my brother and I tell him to point out my inconsistencies in logic. I would actually tell my brother, hey, by the way, start sending out navis while we go through this. Say hi really quickly. Everyone send navis so I know to say hi to everyone. But like, this is where you pick out my logic. And I'll see if I need to restructure it because I might have said it wrong. My logic might be broken. I am not perfect. I'm not infallible. If you can find a problem with my logic, which by the way, there actually isn't most of my logic that I said about my son was doctor backed. So that logical conclusion finally made sense for me. And the idea of tracking something. You do too have navis, Tim Adams. It's the darkness hey emoji. Hey, we have with us tonight Page Bot. We also have. Oh wait, what? Wait, hold on.
I will end you, thought.
Hands down, I joined since a majority of this cult uses their common sense. Just a playful jab. Your discussions on this are very helpful. Please take some time off the timer since you have been going on for almost 2 hours.
Oh, everybody. Oh gosh, everybody hashtag. Who was it? Wait, is that Benjamin? Hold on. Can I still join the cult? I am Confucian. I'm not gonna say it out loud since can I still join the cult? But for a second I was sitting there going, whoa, is that hashtag not a cult going on? I should go take time. I'll take a vote real quick. I'll take a vote whether I can take time off the clock because I've actually been oh, the number is 6969. Oh, also it's been loading for a few. But I've got Patrick Carrier, Kevin, Gary, Richie, and Willow, Chad, GJD 8000, Vash the Stampede. Why did you sign me out? Don't do that. I didn't say you could do that. Don't do that to me. Did I say that? I didn't say that. Don't do what you're told. Oh no, it's somebody else that wants to join the cult. Yes, you can join the cult. The cult is still open. Benjamin used to come in the streams to say something like 4 years ago or something. He would come in the streams to say like blah blah blah, sacrifice the chicken, hashtag not a cult. And that would be like his message every single time. I believe that was Benjamin. We have Kale, Tim Adams, Wesley. Oh God, why does my who sent me the prop up thing for the Go XLR that I don't know if I can keep yet because we haven't filled that bar for the Go XLR. But somebody sent me the metal stand to it, which is really awesome. Actually, a few of you sent me a few things, and I think Vash is Jacob's one of the ones that sent me some things, but they're all in the living room, and I'm not going out there again right now. Because technically I already Lysoled everything, but I'm sure my son has gotten up and down and been like, what is my dad angry about? Hopefully he didn't hear me going off on too many people, but I did warn him. I was like,
boy, like,
I didn't Kratos him, but I want to feel like I was like,
listen to me, boy.
I wouldn't talk to my son like that. I basically told my son that I was going to have to talk to stupid people. And I didn't mean the majority of you guys. I just meant in general. I knew stupid would creep up, and so I just wanted to prepare my son for the idea of if you hear daddy sounding like he's saying shit, then there might be stupid people. And I don't say stupid people to him. I say people who decide not to do research and leave their health in the hands of news outlets and politicians who aren't fit or qualified to dictate if they get to live or die during a time at which the deadliest thing isn't getting in a car crash or getting cancer, but according to the last few days, it's the every 20 seconds that somebody is dying to COVID in the US. It's that. I told him all of that because I was dealing with the internet, because the internet is going to break me one day. I'm going to have an aneurysm because of the internet, because I'm going to deal with this kind of stuff. I'm going to want to try to fight it. I'm going to try to fight it every single day. I can't do live streams all the time and fight it. Anyway, let me go to... one day I'm gonna just not do live streams. When I'm just gonna do what I saw another guy do, which is a sketch where he equated this to like it being like the zombie apocalypse, and it was an easy equation. It's easy. In fact, you know what? I'm going to try to play. No, I'm not gonna try to play his video right now. Am I gonna try to play his video right now on stream? No, I'm not going to. I was about to say I'll link it in the community post later. I'll link the thing that I was like, it makes it sound so stupid once you equate it to like, if this were a zombie apocalypse, I was just being like, I'm just going to go out. You know, you can get bitten, right? I probably won't. It's like, but you can, it's amazing. Wesley Pipes, hello there. Stephen Ore, hello. Jessica Price.
Hold on!
Oh, God!
I have an idea. I
Hey.
don't want to hear any of your stupid crap.
I only promised to try.
I got you both of those lights, buddy.
Oh my God, you did? Everyone hashtag Justin. And
Now let me put this in a way you'll understand. I'm about to blow my load all over your insides.
What the?
No homo.
...
everyone just hashtag Justin for getting the lights, which is fucking amazing. Yay! Sorry, I squealed. I'm a little girl. And everyone hashtag Gary over there for the ... And let me put up a straw poll really quickly of how much time do you guys think I should cut off the timer? Because let me hit the timer. The timer has actually, when it goes, all of a sudden you see I've been going. This was supposed to be a 3-hour stream maximum. I've been going for 2 hours already. I've been ranting for 2 hours, so I'm gonna put up a poll. I'm gonna put up a poll. How much time do you think I should cut off the clock because I've been ranting for 2 hours? And I take, if you don't have a voice in this, there are like 80 some people watching. If you think I should cut off no time, then vote no time. How much time should we subtract the clock for the... Okay. Oh, no time? I'm gonna go with no time as the first answer. I'll do it in increments of 20 minutes. How about that? 20 minutes? 40 minutes? 60 minutes? And let's just say whatever you feel like. I'm here for the rants anyway. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna put up a straw poll, and it's gonna be, everyone can vote in this, and it's gonna be 5 minutes, and I'm gonna actually allow multi-voting of 2 different, so I can take if you think it should be like 10 minutes I take off, you can vote no time and 20 minutes. So I'm gonna allow multi-voting on this one. You have up to 2 votes, and start. And I'm still saying hi to people while I do this, because you can see it right there. And I'm gonna see Jessica Price is here. Hi Jessica, what's going on? You caught me in the middle of a really weird place. So hey Mary, I'm glad you're here. That you're going to bed shortly, but hello, and hello, is it me you're looking for? It probably was, because he said hi to me. I can heart. Hello. I can auto-tune that shit. I can see it in your eyes. I can sound like I can sing. Oh yeah, hard auto-tune that shit. Joe Nieves, hello there. Now we all know that if Joe doesn't get what he wants, he'll just take the poll again. considering he can just vote as many times as he wants to. I won't get over the retaking the test of that. It doesn't matter if it's been a hot second since you've been here, Joe. How have you been? Hello also, Trayvon, what's going on? Zachariah, what's happening? Let me by the way, Chad, I got your text. You're allowed to say that the weak point of my logic is actually a person, which I actually will accept as a weak point of my logic. It is actually the weakest point of my logic. By the way, it is, and then I'm gonna have to go by, since people didn't use the Navis, and I gotta look for the thing. Vash said it earlier. Blue Knight said it earlier. I throw in a bunch of ... Oh god, if I threw in a bunch of those and it would be a masterpiece. GJD, I will freaking you know that. Hey Melissa, what's going on? I see you in the background. Mortal Melissa, who I will call Melissa every single time, because if I say Mel out loud, I'm not speaking of you, Melissa, I'm speaking of my ex-wife. Am I ready for a light? I am. Just thank you so much. I'm so, this is the antisocial club going worldwide. It's not even insane troll logic. I need to get me emojis. Tim Adams, you have the emojis by having the shield. Type in :darkness, all one thing, and it should start pulling up your emojis. Like if you're typing, you can type in like the actual, like the colon sign, no space, not the word colon, the colon at the punctuation, darkness, and it'll start bringing up all the emojis you have for having a shield. And you can put up the Navis. You can put up also everything that's not Capcom, because I had to take that shit down. Capcom said I can't do that. Let's keep my CPA.
Hold on! I have an idea, and I don't want to hear any of your stupid crap.
I only promised to try.
We don't want Darkness to fall back into old habits and make minimum wage again. Also didn't vote for option 4 because you can be fickle and take off just 1 minute. Equals P.
Oh, somebody knows my logic of what the things I can do. Oh shit. Somebody actually knows the way I think way too well. But that, it still has 1 minute 22 seconds left. Wow, someone really does know me a little too well. They don't have to know about that last one. Are we a call now? Nah, some people have thought so. It's so bad, guy. Darkness. You should just end the stream because I couldn't beat 6969. No, I couldn't. I couldn't be. If I had to end the stream over that, though, I could never listen to Ninja Sex Party again. And Dan Avedon's voice, just is so pure, so pure. The purest voice that I currently know singing right now on YouTube. I would have to say right now, of people that I've been exposed to, Amelie, actually hearing her sing live, hearing Lisa, who sings a lot of the soundtracks for a lot of anime, Dan Avedon, and actually Kid Travis, hearing his cuts of stuff. Now, those are all people that I'm aware of do not use auto-tune, and that's why I actually put them as a pure. It's just tonally, you just soak it in, and you're just like, I can't believe. It's so much to chew on. It's so awesome that it just ran out. I'll go see the results in a second. Have I checked my PO box? Yes. And yes, Vash, you said, I believe Vash sent me a new mask that I'm not going to showcase until tomorrow, because I will stream tomorrow no matter what happens, even if I'm starting to get symptoms. Remember, the last time I lived through COVID, it was because I kept working. And so if I have COVID again, I should probably be in my chair working as much as possible, at least 3 hours a day, so I don't die. This is for people who think that getting it a second time might not be a big deal. I would be working to not die. The idea is to not die. Therefore, I will do things because I am categorically in the column that says this dude done fucked up by getting it a second time. He might be screwed over. Hopefully, he does not die. And in the attempt of not dying, I will be on camera quite a lot because my doctor really said that me speaking and doing all this, flexing my lungs and sitting up, basically knocked out the chance of me having pneumonia. You know, when I got pneumonia, when I tried to take that week break, and not the week break, not W-E-A-K break, but the week-long break. And then I came back and then all of a sudden things were bad. And then it was pneumonia. And then they were like, oh yeah, of course you're gonna get pneumonia because you kind of lost part of your lung, and it's not gonna work anymore. I'm trying to look. I usually look. You asked. Oh, you're saying the first test you took answers. You can say you're negative. Oh, you positive. A high chance of being wrong. Okay, so Joe, I'm looking. Oh, hold on one more time.
I will end you, thought!
The lights will be at your place on the 19th, buddy. Enjoy. Please show them off.
Oh yeah.
I hope I can be promoted.
Oh, I don't know what the promotion is. I will promoting you to. I'm not sure what the promotion is, but I will definitely show them off when they get here because it's gonna. I haven't seen the results. What are the results? Oh, the results were whatever you feel like. I'm here for the. Wow, you guys are really here for the rants. All right, what was second place? Cutting off 60 minutes. You guys say cut off an hour. Damn, that's giving me a lot of headroom. You guys are sure you're all right with that? Oh wait, it just went up even more. Oh yeah, it's an hour off for that. Okay, let me. Okay, I'm not to the bottom of the comment section. Actually, I can be at the bottom of the comment section and the top at the same time. Let me look at really. Let me look at. Oh yeah. I'm looking at the. I'm looking at the the live chat from you guys. Oh god, it caught up to itself. Okay, so I'm answering things live right now. That are counting in this right now. I just saw. So I usually alert, but you asked. What you're saying is that the first test I took, and I took the antigen test. Yes, could say you're negative, even though you're potentially positive, and has a high chance of being wrong. Joe Nieves, I'm saying absolutely yes. In fact, statistically speaking, if you get the antigen test because you were exposed, if you go and get the antigen test because you were exposed, most likely you are getting it during the period which the CDC says you will absolutely be getting the test when you won't pop it positive. Because most people who go get the antigen test are actually getting it within the first day or two of exposure. And remember, the CDC out and out said, as what I can only assume is conservative estimate, is 100% of the time. Again, I don't get how it's an estimate of any source if you literally just say 100% of the time. 100% of the time in the first 24 hours that you are infected, contagious, not just infected, but contagious, you are actively spreading it, you will not pop the rapid test as positive. You will be a false negative and you will continue to spread it even though you think you don't have it. That is absolutely what I'm saying. I'm even saying on day 2 and day 3, after you think you came into contact with it, statistically speaking, because antigen tests are like trying to find a set of tracks where a deer has not trodden sometimes. Statistically speaking, if you went and within the first 1 to 3 days got that test, it will not tell you properly whether you are positive. It has a better chance of saying you're negative when you are positive for it. I am absolutely saying that the reason the CDC is saying to take such stringent guidelines on making sure that you quarantine and or isolate if there's somebody else, if there's a confirmed infection. Isolation is a confirmed infection, everyone's staying away. I am saying abso-fucking-lutely that the CDC is outright telling you if you get the test and you're infected, if you're on day 1 of being infected, contagious, but you're showing no symptoms, you won't have a positive, you will have a false negative and continue to spread it. I'm saying that the CDC is saying by day 3, you're still spreading that shit and you don't even know it. I'm saying it's by day 4, statistically speaking, that you should now jump to the side where you are in the statistical deviation where most likely you have a 50 to 60% chance of popping positive, and that the test efficacy of being over 90% is over 90% of saying that if there is protein in the sample they took, they will find the protein in the sample they took. Not that they will ever pull the goddamn protein out of your body in the first place, which is a real possibility for an antigen test because they're really, really, really fucking unreliable and only used for the masses to know whether as a group you are at risk as the group. Because statistically, if you're looking at a test that only has an efficacy of 60% getting it right, but you have a whole fuck ton of people popping positive, you can know that you don't need the other 40% telling you that you got it wrong. You know, we're up shit creek, we should do stuff, but we're in America, and if we're in America, you can still act stupid even though the CDC says that popping negative on a test still means quarantine 7 goddamn days. Literally, it is telling you if you pop negative on the fucking test, all it bought you was only having to quarantine 7 days. I am not shitting you. It never says don't quarantine. It's either 10 days at least after or 7 days, never no days. Because they know it doesn't pop right for everyone. They know that people will go get tested knowing they came into contact with it and they get tested too fast and there is no protein to test. Oh, God. Anyway, that's the answer to Joe Nieves. Yeah, I'm absolutely saying that. And why am I saying it so fervently? Because people really don't get that one. That is really frustrating for people not to get. If politicians were qualified to be doctors, they'd be the one at the offices in the hospitals. Yeah, and you know what? I think all the politicians that really don't get this should absolutely be having to not wear face masks in the offices and the hospitals where the essential workers are forced to being worked right now. Basically, we have a bunch of essential workers being held hostage by our system, being told that they're so essential to the system, they can't be. Tell me this, since when is fast food essential? Since when can your ass not get in the kitchen and make a sandwich? Since when the fuck has fast food been essential? Let me ask that real quick, because I really don't give a shit anymore if you're in New York and it really is that you're not used to the idea of having to go get your own goddamn groceries. Since when the fuck is it so essential that they gotta open their fucking doors? I don't get that logic. So when we're basically saying you're an essential worker, so put you on the firing squad and shoot you down, then I think every single politician should have to go into those lines for all where those essential workers work and have to sit there and watch them work. And if they get sick, you know what? Maybe they'll feel like their policies need to change. Maybe they'll feel like if they want to dip their political toe into the medical field, it should be for the benefit of the populace and not for the benefit of their fucking pocket and the bottom line of businesses. Because you know what? Businesses go in and out. People become homeless even. But, you know, when it comes to the end of the day, you can't be like, I made an oopsie. Can you bring back the hundreds of thousands of people I accidentally killed with my stupid ass goddamn policies? Can you bring those people back to life real quick? I made an oopsies. And I was, oh, we can't bring people back to life. But I saw that movie. It must be true. I saw it on YouTube. It had this guy saying it's alive. They used electricity and this thing got up off a table. A lot of people screamed about it and they used pitchforks and fire, but I think his name was Frankenstein. To which you have to say, one, that person is obviously always going to get their facts from dumb places. And second, the monster was never named Frankenstein. The doctor's name was Frankenstein. The monster didn't have a name. It is what it is. People are idiots. I need more and more static videos. I need more of them. I need more static videos. Take a look at my wish list. I will take a look at my wish list real quick. Where are, you said take a look at my wish list for the lights. Everyone hashtag for the lights over there. But I am looking real quick as I scroll on down and see if there's anyone else going on. 1 hour because science, because science, because I love the echo. I absolutely love that echo effect. I'm hoping that this is, I need to lower my blood sugar. Blah 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 blah. Hello, is it me you're looking for? Take me to my list. Your list, not my saved items. Wait, what am I looking for? I'm really stupid when it comes to my own list. I know I need to update it a lot, but my list doesn't tell me when people get stuff off of it. It doesn't. It doesn't. My list really it decides not to tell me. Like it's like, oh no, this guy totally doesn't actually want to know what people are actually graciously doing. So he wants to look like a douche. He wants to look like a giant douche on camera all the time because he doesn't look like people have gotten. Yeah. Oh yeah. Someone got Godfall, and I got it all. It's all out in the living room, and I don't want to go out there right now. The next time I step out in the living room, I have to come back with like Lysol trailing me, because there is a potential that it's the other way around. Because I am a man that likes to think his head is grounded in science, and this, I think you're talking about the light though. And my head grounded in science does say something, and my head grounded in science says this: it is possible that I actually am not. Look, I'm running a fever still. Let's see what this is. Let's see what it is now. It was 99.8. Let's see what it is. It's just 99.6. It's still red. It's still kind of just whatever. 99.6. No big. See, that's not a big deal, right? My fevers aren't a big deal. There's always a possibility that I just have a cold and my son has COVID, and that possibility has inhabited my brain, and I used my brainy brain and had a thinky thought, and with my brainy brain having a thinky thought, I thought to myself, wow, wouldn't it really suck if I had a normal cold and then I actually got COVID at the same time? So that is why there was a community post today of me wearing that mask, but then also still having the gaiter covering the venting hole, so that if I'm sick, I'm not getting my son sick. But if my son has COVID, and you guys didn't even see, this chin hair doesn't cut it. I know I have yesterday's 5 o'clock shadow on, but I need to actually educate you guys on one other thing that you guys didn't see. In that picture, my chin hair was put in like a man bun. So you guys can't see under as easily, but I shaved it right where it needed to be. There's a reason I had to use this filter and not my smaller one, which will actually do the same job, but is more compact. In this filter was my chin hair. You have to get a good seal. And so anyone who wants to be Mr. Science over there and saying, this won't save me because I have chin hair, well, go suck a fuck. I actually already thought of that. I actually already planned for this. Shave my chin hair to the line for which this filter will work if it grows out too much. Twisted it all around, braided it up a bit, put it in a bun, put it in a second man bun, put it in a third bun, so it was basically sitting on my mouth like this, and then I put the mask on where this was all in the mask, and I had to clean it. Wasn't, see, it sticks out like that. It was all in the mask, and I actually had it so tightly wound together that this was sealing with the skin under the chin hair, therefore giving me a tight seal. I still know how to PPE, motherfuckers. I know how to PPE. Don't ever question my PPE. Anyway, can I add your? I'm into fight time. You met me at a very strange time in my life. You responded to me earlier, by the way. Whoa, it just blew past a lot of people. It blew past a lot of people. Hey, Anthony Whitmire. I'm trying to yeah, there are no real life shield heals. Good night, Renessa. Thank you for being here. I miss I'm still scrolling down. I talk a lot, don't I? Oh god, we've almost been going for 2 hours 30 minutes now. Could you just not rephrase what Could you not just rephrase what I said into like a paragraph explaining that? Okay, potentially dumb question then. Could you not just rephrase what I said into like a paragraph explain? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Joe Nieves. I'm not sure. Yeah, I basically said, yeah, the rapid tests are bull if you're in the first few days and actually have a very, very statistically high chance for the average person taking it to be a false negative, that you're actually positive. And I was saying earlier about, since I finally got down to we are not essential, dang it. Our essential / disposable workers should not include people who fast food, learn to cook, or get ramen. Game time, you need to lower your blood sugar. I do need to lower that. Hey, Jeffrey Kiskilla. Jeffrey, I just went on the big... Are you kidding? What? Why would you do this, Jeffrey? You down with the PPE? Yeah. No. Oh my god, that's a throwback. Oh. The antigen test question you had. Okay, what did you do? You love science. I basically been on a 2-hour rant of science. I am, by the way, I oh, all right. Yeah, Kevin going real old school over there. Okay. I'm not gonna rant all over again, but I am gonna say the science behind what I'm about to. Okay. Basically, I think what your question was, the rapid tests are almost all antigen tests. Antigen tests test for the protein that it leaves behind. Basically, the shell that encapsulates the RNA of the virus. That shell doesn't have to be present at all for where they're testing it, which is a nasal swab in your sinus cavities. There are very many factors why it would not be present. And therefore, yes, for your question about the antigen test, there's a very high likelihood that when you go take it, unless you are actively having symptoms, you will pop the test negative because on average, people get tested before the statistical mean of when the test will properly say that you positively do have COVID-19. The test that will show it positively before an antigen test would show it is a PCR, which is actually taking a sample from you and then going to replicate the sample in lab conditions, and it's a very sensitive test. The thing about the antigen test and testing a protein, again, was my analogy of like a tracker losing the track of deer, but then basing his analysis of losing that track on a 10 by 10 plot of land, 10 by 10 foot plot of land. That just because he loses the track there does not mean the deer aren't still there. It just means that he missed the spot where he needed to track. A good tracker knows that you might have to go a long time to re-pick back up a cold trail, and that's exactly what the antigen tests are doing. So even the CDC says for the antigen tests, which are usually most of the rapid tests, day one that you are contagious and actively infecting other people, you are going to, as a conservative estimate, 100% of the time pop a false negative. You are actually positive. You do have COVID-19 and an active infection. You will have symptoms maybe soon unless you're asymptomatic, but the test cannot detect it because the protein will not be present because your body hasn't had a chance to basically leave that footprint behind. Rather, not your body, but the virus itself. And the footprint never has to be left behind, which goes back to my original question to my doctor of how did my son never test positive from the rapid test? And it's easy to see why. I caught him too early and I caught him too late. I basically never caught the footprints for him. And it's as easy as that. It's simply as easy as that. It's all, and when they mean how the percentile for which is accurate, the antigen test, they're not talking about the percentile on which is the test is accurate for accurately predicting. It's for how accurate it picks up the protein as compared to a PCR, which would be looking for the virus itself. So it is over 90% accurate that in the sample that it has, it will show whether the protein exists or the antigen test was. And then, I mean, that goes back. No, I've tried, Joe. I've tried that. No. I've been there actually. It's in a rough draft I didn't put out there because she likes to do something which is really annoying, which is called ignore me. And when she ignores me, what she likes to do is skip to the bottom where she gets her way. And the way I'm trying to lay it out for her is that death cometh, please do run. Basically, yeah, you have to be sick enough to trigger the damn test. Yeah, statistically speaking, by the time that it is too late, you will trigger the test. That, statistically speaking, that's how it goes. And it just really, it really is yeah, my tracking metaphor. Do your argument at the bottom. It's just, yeah, it is that is why people have to be smarter about this. People really have to step up. We eventually need to see people stepping up left and right of like doing the right thing, which is if a recommendation says if you think you've been exposed, like my son was today. I was told that my son was exposed on Tuesday to another kid. He shouldn't be playing basketball. We're going to be going and getting a test, but I'm going to make the very strong argument my son should not be playing basketball. Now, who is the head of extracurricular? My ex is actually head of it. I will have to come down on her with some hard science for us to not wind up fighting. And that's the one big problem. She's head of extracurricular. So it's actually against my divorce decree to keep him from basketball. Unless there's a health concern, which there is. Except where I live, we'll just call it Bob County, has not taken on all CDC recommendations as a coherent what you should do. In fact, for the league he plays in, the recommendation in the city that he's in says that as long as his temperature is within regulation, he's allowed to still be out there. So actually my argument of science falls flat. I'm not allowed to use the argument of science because I'll be keeping him away from that. Yeah, I'm gonna call it Bob County in Florgia. But it's yeah. Oh, and Jeffrey, yeah, my metaphor. By the way, I'm shaving time off the clock now. Now we have to decide how much time am I shaving off the clock? How much am I subtracting from this? Oh, it won't work correctly though. Oh, it will if I put a different limit. So what did we agree on? 2 hours. I was trying to use the argument of you guys voted whatever time I said. I was 2 hours. 2 hours. How about an hour 30? But that means that I feel like I'm thieving money if I do that. How about 90 minutes? How about I do 90? Let's do 90. It doesn't feel right doing it the other way. This cut off 90. Hold on. Let me. No, it's more my own moral predilections have me put in a precarious predicament where I did I use wow? Did I? What is wrong with me? Tell me that there's a word on here. I'm pulling out SAT words and I just realized it. All right, hold on. I'm doing science. Yeah, it would be too much. It's too little time. I'm like thieving from people. I don't like the idea. I'm not a thief. I'm not. I can't. That'd be. Hold on. I've got 0.26. Oh, it doesn't let me do decimal places. 62 minutes out of 90. So yes, now I can reset, and now I can start again. There we go. Does that do it? Shit. It didn't do what I asked it to. Come on, just do what I ask you to. Oh, come on. I stop. I put 90. And then I said 62. And then I said save. I said okay. And then I said reset. And I said start. There we go. So now it can be capped out at a 3-hour stream. Look, there's an hour left and you can cap it. I mean, a 3-hour stream. Okay. Oh gosh. All right. Game show mode. I've admitted readily that there's a.
I'm gonna let you in on a little known secret of comedy. Bad things aren't funny when they happen to Daddy.
What about Mommy?
Oh, Mommy's fair game. Go for the throat.
Oh, come
this
on.
should make up the extra time that you want.
Oh, come on.
That 2 hours still deserves to come off because of what the community voted.
The community voted. Hold on. Wait, I thought I leveraged it in my way. Wait, how did I word it? Wait. Whatever. No. That is worded as whatever you feel like. I'm here for the rants. I'm not here for the rant. It says in whatever I feel like you're here for the rants. I didn't give a choice for 2 hours, but I will consider that I'll make this. Vote for was for 2 hours because it wasn't on there. Really? You guys decided that? I will say this. Here's our thing. Let's put your bets. Put your bets real quick.
Hold on! I have an idea, and I don't want to hear any of your stupid crap.
I only promised to try.
2 hours.
That would make it an hour stream. That would only make it an hour. You guys just... No, I actually have a test in the morning and I don't feel well. I was gonna say, okay. Okay. I'll take this down for a second because I need to change that goal back to the XLR. I'll make a deal with you guys. All right. Are you guys ready for the deal? Is this deal? Is it deal or no deal? Oh, God, what happened over here? Is my timer not working? There it goes. Okay, so it's maxed out. You see it's maxed out. It's an hour 30. Let's see if it shows what my temperature was before. Does it still show what it was before? Okay, 99.6. So it was 99.6. I gotta change this to the XLR goal because fuck taxes, but I can't worry about taxes right now, or fuck the IRS. Okay. If it is still 99.6 or higher, I will make it an hour. If it is 99.5 or lower, it stays like it is. That sounds okay to me. So if I'm gonna base it on just literally my personal health, which is I'm about to put it under my tongue. If it's 99.6 or higher, then I'll take off another 30. If it's if it's 99.5 or lower, if that's the best you're gonna get, compromise. I don't want it. Oh, you guys really want another poll? Fine, I'll put another poll. How do I vote it? How do I word it that it's swayed in my favor for voting? As in I can like okay. Yes, clear all the things on the my poll won't work. No. How will I ever dance again if my poll won't work? How will I ever dance again? All right, hold on. 1 hour or 1.5 hours left. And then I'll remove all, and then 1 hour, 1.5 hours, whatever you want. I'm here for the rant. Okay. Oh yeah, I gotta oops. I got you know what? I'm not gonna it would be for people who care. Or all 1.5 hours. I have to actually take the decimal out of there. All right, multi-voting no, and you got 3 minutes to make your voice heard and start it. All right. All right. What people there are things that people actually have OnlyFans get their money and go home, douchebags. No, it's how long is left in the stream. You see that's 1 hour 30 left right now. Does it stay as 1 hour 30, which is option 1? Option 1 is 1 hour 30. It stays like it is. Option 0 is it actually we take 30 minutes off, which would actually be what you guys asked for, which is me cutting 2 hours off the stream because I've been ranting for 2 hours and 43 minutes. So option 0 is 30 more minutes comes off. Option 1 is that it stays what it is. Ha 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 ha! I knew to word it in a way that it worked for me. I knew it. All right. And by the way, what I did the vote instead. What is my temperature? Because my temperature could have made sure that this didn't need to be a vote. It could have just been 1 hour left. You guys are good. All right, well, we'll come down to the vote because my temperature did drop down to 99.2. Given I just drank more water, it dropped to 99.2. I was trying to sway it in my favor. And I would begrudgingly allow you that, but I can't wheeze this every time. Christopher Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase. Hakuna Matata. Ain't no passing craze. It means no worries for the rest of your day. You know what I wanted to do?
It means no worries for the rest of your days. It's a problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. Oh God.
Oh God, no, shoot me. Oh. Please don't let that happen.
Why does the hard tune give me a higher voice? What is with that? Don't hard tune me and give me a high-pitched voice. What is that crap? What's that crap going on? I hear that. No, don't change.
It's a pitch.
I'll change it back.
I'll change it back immediately. You don't want it.
Give me that good. Give me that good. Give me that good. What are you doing? Give me that shit. Doing that and not giving. There we go. Hakuna Matata. There we go. Oh, what was it? What was the consensus? Shit. All right, 1 hour. Fuck. Whatever. Fine. Whatever. It's whatever. Whatever. I still have one trump card, and it's not orange. All right, I got this, and I'm gonna actually do the goal of the open goal that's been going on. Yeah, you guys wouldn't have. I was actually. It's not cheating if I drink water before I take my temperature. That's just me. Guys gotta pay attention. I like the Go XLR and want to afford to keep it. This is the Go XLR.
Let Daddy have his. What the fuck? Why is my voice high pitched again? What happened?
What
happened?
What did you do?
What happened? How did that happen?
How did that happen? How did this happen? Oh my god. What is that? What is that? What is that? Oh my god, that makes me really, really kind of happy that randomly happened, but like, what is that? It doesn't think I like the Go XL I want to afford to keep. Yeah, that pretty much says it. All right, cool. We're going back over here. Cool. Now, the one thing that you guys didn't specify is if I had to actually unpause the damn clock. All right. We're back to the affording the Go XLR fun, but I typed too many words on it. Yeah, when I'm using to change my voice around.
When I sound like Kratos, it's not a mistake, boy.
Yeah, all the character voices, except for now that it's just screwing up. I like Go XLR and want to afford to keep it. I'm gonna sound like I'm bad at English. Let's start the game, because I actually know how to beat this now. I think I know how to beat it. All right. I know how to beat the game. I know how to beat meat. I know how to beat both of them. Seems sneaky to me. I will say this. I do hate shortening the clock for one reason. I feel like I'm stealing from you guys, and I don't feel like it's fair. That's why I always agonize over it, because like the whole reason you guys are here. It's not the whole reason you guys are here in support, but I guess like part of the reason is that even if you're here because you like listening to me rant, part of it is that it's still a gaming channel. It's not a vlog channel. It's not all these things. And I go off on these random things and I talk about them, and they're serious and they're real life things. And you know what? For some people, they might not have ever ran across it if it wasn't for the fact that they thought they were going to watch Call of Duty Black Ops, Cold War Zombies Season 1. They might not have ever run across it. With that said, I still posted this as a Cold War video with a side note of COVID. And so part of me has this thing that's in my head that's just like, I'm not a thief. And I've made the mistake twice in my life. Once as a little kid because I wanted lemon heads, and my mom learned me. She took me to jail. I didn't even realize I was really stealing. I thought it was just free money. And I should have known better by that point. But the second time ever was that I tried to save my brother's life. I never stole the money. I will say the long story short on that, it's not something I intend to hide anymore, because one day I have to learn how to word it to my son. I was desperate. My brother only told me he was dying in the next 5 years. He didn't tell my parents. He wouldn't tell anyone else. He was afraid that everyone would sell off everything they owned to try to save his life when his body was nothing like it used to be. He had acromegalia. He had already grown an extra half foot. His knees were bent the wrong way. His ankles would never recover. He had joints that would always be in pain. He would always have chronic migraines, even if the surgery were successful. And he had a heart that would make him die in the next 10 to 15 years, even if he got the best treatment. And he didn't want my parents to do things like basically die early by not getting their medical treatment, by selling everything. So the only time in my life where thievery has been a thing is something I refuse to hide. It's a mistake I have to teach my son, because everyone here knows my rules on being a parent. What are they? My rule as a dad is to protect, provide, and raise him to be better than me. And it's that third thing, to raise him to be better than me. The only way he's going to be better is to know the mistakes I made, even if they're good intentions. Because the ends don't justify the means. I tried to use my business, my photography company, and I wanted to just claim money of just saying like my equipment needs fixing, and I had every intention of wanting to pay it back. I just wanted to say like I need to fix the equipment, which did need fixing, but then I was gonna take it and put my brother in the Mayo Clinic, and I realized way too late, because I had spent 3 years of looking for any solution to save my brother's life, 3.5 years. And I spent so long looking for it that I was like, if I'm literally, I know it's fraud, but I'm going to pay the freaking company back. And I'm like, they're putting a price tag on my brother's head, and it's not this company, but I'm going to pay them. I'm going to pay them back for like, I didn't need it for like the equipment. So like I had this whole thing planned out. And then I realized that my brother, I just had an epiphany one day. Like while I'm trying to make all these plans of like, okay, so if I say my cameras need to be fixed, and if I say my lenses need to be fixed, like if I say like I have 2 lenses that are really, really expensive lenses, and my cameras back then were top of the line, and like if I put those up there and put those out there, and then equipment rental costs, because I would actually send them off. I just wouldn't, I would tell them to hold on to the equipment. And then if I actually just rented equipment and then tried to send them to Mayo, and then I had a docket of weddings that I like had it all planned out to where like by the time I'm getting my equipment back, I'm actually paying the insurance company back. And then I realized that my brother would outsmart me on it. My brother has always been able to outsmart me. And he's not always been able to outsmart me. He just knows logic, and he knows logic well enough that he's like, where did you get the money? Because he had seen me sitting here working my ass off for 3 years trying to make $20,000 to be able to send him to the Mayo Clinic. He knew I had done that. We ran the Patch Adams organization, rejected him. Getting an actual grant to be able to go to somewhere like that rejected him. Getting funding, getting group funding, I have a relative that has millions of dollars sitting around, and they pretended like they couldn't answer a phone. Like everyone just told him he was being too lazy. And I realized the truth that like while my grandma is literally in the basement telling my brother months before he died, if he just got up and tried a little harder, maybe he wouldn't be so obese and it wouldn't be as big of a problem. Which I still want to slap the shit out of my grandmother for ever treating my brother with such disrespect when I knew that he was dying, and my grandma's sitting there making it sound like laziness, when I'm going, he's literally going to die as you're speaking to him one of these days, and you're gonna have to eat your words, which she did. She ate them, and she's never once spoken. This is a big rift between my grandma and I for that one, because then she tried to tell me how to be a parent, and you just don't fucking do that. I realized that it didn't matter that the ends justified the means. I was about to steal from a company, no matter how I tried to chalk it up to save my brother's life. And the thing that made me turn around and realize it is the same thing I tell people, that I have a really bad problem with being impulsive, except you don't see me as an impulsive person because I've learned to utilize the what if game. I take real what ifs and I solve them in my head. I actually sit down and I say, if this is going to be a problem that I'm going to do the what if to, then what's my answer? If that's my answer, I'm going to stick to it. Let's move on. And that is how I've like dictated a lot of my life. That's why one of the reasons why you're not going to peg me as borderline personality disorder. I don't fit the mold enough. I'm not impulsive enough anymore, because I never expected my brother one day to be like, hey, come here, let me whisper in your ear. You know how I told you I was going to live to 40 at least? That's a lie. If I make it to 35, it's a miracle. How long are you going to make it? 5 years. I worked for 3.5 years to do it legitimately. And at the end of my rope, I was sitting there going, fuck it. If it's really going to be that a company that can honestly make ends meet misses out on a bit of money and I'm basically taking a loan to get my brother somewhere, then whatever. Like, and then I thought, my brother can refuse treatment. My brother doesn't have to take the money. And so I did the right thing. I went and I turned everything. My brother called me an idiot. I immediately told my brother what I did, and I said, if I had taken you somewhere to get treatment, this is literally what happened. I still have these messages around where my brother called me a fucking moron and an idiot. In fact, they're on his old Xbox right above the last message he sent me, saying, stop being an asshole and call your parent and call our parents. He said, call mom and Drick. Because it was like around, I can't remember, but I had forgotten to call them. Time had passed. But I asked him, like, what would you have done if I had sent you to the Mayo Clinic? And he's like, I wouldn't have gone. I was like, why? He's like, because you've been working your ass out and you've gotten nowhere. And I was like, okay, that's cool. What if I told you that I just went to the police and let them know that I turned over everything that was possibly fraudulent in an attempt to overturn what would be considered possibly fraudulent stuff? And my brother was like, are you a fucking moron? And I was like, no. And he's like, why didn't you just cancel all the claims? And I was like, because I didn't want to lie. And he's like, all right, I see your point, and I raise you. What the fuck? They're still gonna come after you. And he was right. They still came after me. And they treated themselves like a corporation, and they decided to fine me thousands on thousands of dollars. The same week, a guy went into a Kay's Jewelers, stole thousands of dollars of jewelry, and was ordered by the court to pay a $1,500 fine and just return the jewelry. Let me remind you that this was in South Georgia, and my skin color did not help out, and the judge was known to be a little biased on skin color. But the last time I felt like I was defrauding anybody was that's one. I want that to be the last time I ever feel like I'm stealing. That's the level I'll go to. I'm not gonna steal from you guys supporting me. I'm never gonna stoop to that shit. I'm not gonna do that. The last time I was willing to stoop that low was the idea that I impulsively acted. There was a dollar sign on my brother's head, and I was being told, your brother's gonna die and he's only worth $20,000. That's what my brain heard. And my brain said, fuck that noise. My brother is worth all the money you have in this goddamn world, because this world could use his fucking brain, and you cannot pay it enough to be able to keep his brain alive, because you know what? It's shit like this that my brother's brain would be really goddamn useful to places that really wanted him to use his brain for shit like this. You know, when everyone's panicking and he's sitting there going, well, you know, if you look at this fact and this fact and this fact, and I can remember all the facts at the same time, he was a goddamn genius. I was sitting here going, okay, well, yeah, okay. What would you like? I thought it was no stretch of the imagination to be like, how many people would pay $20,000 even if they had to steal it to keep Stephen Hawking alive for the discoveries he made, to keep Edison alive, to keep Einstein alive? Would you steal? If you went back in the past and realized that it cost $20,000 of today's dollars to save their life, and that you didn't have it, but you were the only one, would you steal it? If you couldn't earn it legitimately, would you go back? But that's how I felt about my brother. That's the contributions I felt like he could make. That's what it took for me to stoop that low. And I still didn't go through with it because I realized my brother would reject treatment knowing his brother did something illegal to get the money, even if I intended on paying it back. And then my brother called me a fucking moron for not just canceling all the insurance that I claimed. And then he was right. The cops came knocking at my door, knowing that I usually had a firearm on me. They sent full SWAT, and knowing, apparently getting an inkling of my past, they sent full SWAT at my house to come get me, which is a whole different story. That's what I'm not stealing money. Maybe not Edison, yeah. Tesla, yes. Edison, no. Like, that's we'll debate on Edison. Edison put us in a direction that it's almost kind of like celebritizing a famous idea. We wouldn't have gotten some of the laws that we have about the universe and how we perceive it if it weren't for the idea that even if you want to say Edison stole some of those things, not Edison. Oh, I meant Einstein when I said Edison. Did I say Edison instead of Einstein? I meant Einstein. Edison. Oh, fuck Einstein. No. I mean, fuck Edison. I'm in Einstein. So anyway, hey Stacy, what's going on? Can we make the first points poll on whether or not rants count on the timer? You know what? We'll take that poll every single time from here on out. You know what, Chad? We'll take that poll every single time we have a stream. We'll just take a preliminary poll on if rants count against the timer. And if that crowd votes yes, rants count. And if they vote no, they don't. I said both? No, Edison was important. Okay, I'll say it correctly then. Edison actually made it like celebritize some of the things that he found. So while like you won't accredit Edison for a lot of things, I mean the fact that AC versus DC, you guys are talking about Tesla. Yes, Tesla was the wrong side of the argument for where electronics went. Although Tesla got a lot of shit right. Remember, the argument is basically Edison versus Tesla. And if you like the way that you plug shit into a wall, you sided with Edison. So hey Leah, what's going on, Andrew? Yeah, I mean, it's more like Edison was like the Stan Lee. Stan Lee might not have written every single thing, and he might not have been the creative first. Kirby was behind a lot of the creations. A lot of the things that are most significant during Stan Lee and Kirby's time together are Kirby's inventions and ideas, but Stan Lee was the face of it. So it's kind of like, did Stan Lee deserve to? Well, Stan Lee, yes, he deserved, but he made himself into pretty much a celebrity to endorse all the things, and that's what actually pissed Kirby off. But you wouldn't get a lot of the iconic characters you have right now if it weren't for Stan Lee basically making himself into a celebrity to take all of the ideas, his own and Kirby's, out into the mainstream. Boom. Good analogy for you. And also, hello there. Who else do we got, by the way? Mike L, son of Krypton. So anyway, no, I always stop the clock. You guys know that that's a general timer. No. Especially since Andrew just barely missed the last stream. And I'm like, no. Having a good Friday evening, but I am very ranty this evening. And the real reason is, I don't know. I mean, I do know that the real reason I'm ranty is I'm afraid, I'm afraid I'll be misunderstood one day. I am truly afraid that even the best intentions of mine, not with a certain demeanor and a sort of nuance, that they can always be misconstrued, and they're even more easily misconstrued when written down. But I'm always afraid that one day that by not trying to explain the basis for which I even would go on a rant, that I will lose those who were interested in the end of the rant, like the results of where it comes from, because my logic doesn't always fit the social norm of logic. I would like to say that it does, but you guys have told me over and over, and I've just had to start accepting it, that time and time again we get people who are shields and donate and tell me that basically I just accepted 2 new messages today that I didn't realize I had on Instagram, of basically telling me that I mean, I had read 2 other messages I didn't know about, but I accepted 2 other messages and I didn't realize that I had that they basically told me that it's my viewpoint on things, and I've come to accept that apparently I just don't perceive this world in a conventional way. And that's not to say that I'm so high and mighty. It's not to say I'm so high and mighty. It's not to say that I am king of the or of the World Wrestling Federation, also known as our government right now. It's the idea that the way I approach a subject, when I go into conversations with people, I realize that people get defensive. It's the thing that I run into most, and you'd be surprised. Even in my personal life, people get defensive when I try to say something, and I have to immediately say, this isn't about being defensive, and you have to wait. That's not the point. There was a conversation I was having earlier today, or was it yesterday, or the days are on is Blur's day for me today. I believe technically is now weekend, so I guess sometime this past Blur's day, I was having a conversation, and I realized that the words that I started it off with was the point I was trying to make, and with the point I was trying to make, they immediately put up a wall. And I said I wasn't trying to have an argument. I wasn't trying to I wasn't looking for basically I was telling him I wasn't looking for attitude. I was trying to say that there's a middle, there's a reason, and there's a reason for it. And I found out more and more, especially in my own personal social interactions, that I can't ever just skip to the ending, because the way I even approach a subject is usually as a devil's advocate, and I will sound like I can be a proponent for the opposite when I vehemently disagree, and I will iterate and iterate. I say iterate twice because I meant to say I'll iterate one side, iterate the other, and then my reiteration more or less is showing you what I truly believe in. My iteration of one side of the argument and my iteration of the other side aren't innate of my agreement and my to those arguments. My reiteration usually is the agreement to that I have a propensity to swing that direction. And so what I found is that when I bluntly state out a fact that both sides, and somebody really can't hear when I'm reiterating what I have perceived as the actual truth inside of all of the conjecture and the subjective and all, and getting it back down to its baser objective points, that people put up a defense. And so I'm always struggling, feeling like I'm failing to be heard properly, and that's why even in the idea of taking time off a clock like I'm doing right now, even letting it run while I'm ranting, I don't want it to feel like I'm stealing, and I want you guys to feel that no matter what you tell me, I'm going to feel like a thief every time I take money off that clock. And it's because I have gone there once before. I have become a thief, and I became that thief because I believed the ends justified the means. But I never thefted. I never took it. I admitted to all of it. That's the thing. I went to a police station and I gave them a folder and I said, call these insurance companies. These claims are not, they're fraudulent. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, I'm not going to get my equipment repaired. But it's because of my intent. Because I had the intent to never get it repaired, I had 2 counts of insurance fraud levied against me. But because I went to the police station believing I was doing the right thing by telling the truth instead of lying again, because my brother just basically told me I should have lied again. And my brother's truth, and his point is valid, he basically said that I should lie again. That if I already lied to get this far, if I don't lie, I'm going to get in a lot of fucking trouble. And I said that I can't lie, that I have a son, and that I've already lied this far, and if I lied this far to save you, and my lies aren't going to save you, I have no reason to lie again. I can't just go and lie and say that it's false. I can't, or just to drop it. I had to go through proper channels. So that's I'm even telling you that story to let you know why it, to me, it's I feel like a thief. So it is what it is. My biggest concern or fear is that when my time up on it, I might be a blip on the radar, having accomplished nothing of significance. Mike L, that hits really hard, given that was my brother's biggest concern. What he doesn't know, and what he died not knowing, is that anyone who is going through DBT has had his research cited as part of the research that has led those who are cluster B psychological disorders. He died never knowing that what he did while in college and his studies that he did were actually cited by the woman who created DBT, which is the leading therapeutic treatment for those who are suffering from histrionic or borderline personality disorder or a few other things. No, it is a big fear that you'll basically die being a blip on a radar. I've come to terms with that better than my brother did, because that's why my brother threw all those textbooks at me. That's why my brother always threw all those textbooks at me. He was like, read. And he was telling me to read because he wanted someone to be able to argue with, or debate with, because he kept saying that he didn't want to die never having an original thought. And I knew exactly what he meant. My brother desperately didn't want to die with the idea of what you just said, that he's just a blip on, like everything will pass him by. And I have that same fear. However, I don't see it as much that way for one reason. I've made a mark on this world. Truth be told, the way that I finally come to realize what I've done is that through my action or inaction, lives have been saved and lives have been taken, whether I personally did so or not. And through my action or inaction, lives have been made. And that was an action I actually took to try to have a child. And I had a child named Rowan. I could die tomorrow, and my child could die tomorrow, and I still wouldn't be a blip on the radar. There are too many that knew Rowan. There are too many that know me. There are too many that I have tried to be there for. But on top of that, the thing that I don't think about most, there are too many people's lives I've affected, even in a negative way. And that's the one that really sounds like it should be bringing me down, but it's not. I have negatively impacted more people's lives than you'd think. And to be blunt, this is a platform that doesn't want me to talk about it, but I'm about to go shoot zombie heads off. So me to admit that I have been given orders in which a life has been lost isn't a big stretch when I'm about to play a game called Call of Duty Black Ops. And I'm putting here to say that that is a negative impact, even if it was, no matter for the reasons, you can argue it was a negative impact based on your point of view. And the ripples that impact have had, I will never know. Those impacts that I've had over and over and over. They could forget my name. They will never know my name for the worst things that I've ever done in my eyes. For the things that I look in the mirror once a month and I still feel like I can't scrub hard enough to get the blood off. And there are things that I look in the mirror and I'm proud. That I'm proud I got to help put it. We last year for charity raised over $2,500 in total on streams. Off of streams, from what I get from paychecks, you can add another, I believe, $2,500 at minimum to that. So this channel last year gave $5,000 to charity. So I'm proud to be able to say that I can put my name on that. But I can, tomorrow if I die, the ripples that will cause is not what I even base my life on. It's that even the negative things, I had an impact. I had an impact on the people I've walked by on the street and I smiled at and I didn't know what it meant for their life. I had an impact on the people that I impacted physically. I had an impact on people that I've impacted emotionally, mentally, even in younger days, spiritually, when I get up and basically break everyone's bubble of being like, hey, don't like say one thing and like act a different way. I guess I know what you mean, Michael, because for the longest time I was afraid of dying in obscurity. Yay! I'm gonna level up weapons. What? Come on. Come on. The secondary of the street sweeper shotgun is a secondary? Oh, come on. In a multiplayer challenge, using shotguns. Fucking hell. Get 3 kills without dying in 15 different matches. Fuck me. Put it on to remind myself. This bullshit. It's so bullshit. I gotta go off into multiplayer eventually. Where is it? Where is it? It wouldn't be here, would it? It should still be here. I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. Do I have to go into new? Cranked? Get
You know
crunked.
something? I really
Hey,
hate
Kellen.
people.
Oh.
They're selfish, ignorant, loud, obnoxious pricks with basically no redeeming qualities whatsoever. I mean, really, look at all they've achieved. Genocide, global warming, reality TV, and just a never-ending parade of failures and fuck-ups. They are, without question, a complete write-off of a species, and how dare you make me care about them!
Everyone hashtag Kellen and hello Giovanni. Thank you so much. I'm still always surprised when that sound bit comes up. I gotta do cranked. Get cranked. Kill a zombie to start your crank timer and keep it ticking with each zombie elimination. Fail to get a kill before the timer expires and boom, you're dead. Timer duration decreases as the round progresses. I'm about to get cranked. Though I'm gonna learn really quickly if I actually have to be in. Shut up. If I actually have to be in multiplayer, don't give me this shit. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Come on. No.
Adler has some pieces of the puzzle.
Come on. Nope. I know I haven't played it. Oh, there's 2 new places. I really haven't played this in a while. Now, can I? This is where I choose it, so I remember to do it later. Give me the thing. I gotta get 3 kills. It said objectives. What the actual? Did I not read that correctly? Didn't it say it was an actual objective? Did I misread that particular challenge? Didn't it say it had to be on there? Did I you know what? I'll figure it out later. Zombies. We're gonna try to I'm gonna try this this mode once, and then I'm gonna try to actually go into I'll try it. This is a new mode, cranked. I don't know if I could bring myself to do that, GJD. I don't know. That I don't. Well, thank you, Christopher. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's just, yeah, oh God, this sounds really dramatic. I'm gonna turn down the volume for you guys a little bit. I've lived a long time with it's not that I try to believe that I don't deserve things and blah blah blah. It's just that there's always been a correlation.
Little.
There's a correlational relationship between like what I do, but it usually with a tangible, like, for example, like with being when I worked wholesale or clientele, termite inspector, it worked a lot of times. Like a lot of the things I did had a big basically flaw of, like, I say flaw now, of having an end product. And because they had an end product, it had me always believing that, like, there has to be something to show for what I do, especially if I say I'm going to do something. So I have a hard time with, oh, Jesus Christ. I don't have a hard time with Jesus Christ. I need to keep myself in a contained area. I also need to get more. Where did I see it? I passed by it. Crap. Is double points like? I need a. Uh-oh. Keeping it in close quarters is good, but not good if you die.
Many have fallen.
Oh, the time we just kept frozen? It's probably the wrong way to go about it, but seems okay to me.
My weapon is... Activating decoy. Decoy did its work. One less canvas.
Oh God. They gotta follow me for me to go anywhere. There we go.
Flash eater fragged.
Oh God. What is this? Anxiety the game?
I refuse to submit.
Yeah, that's what I usually say. I bet I bet Corey said that before, and then Caitlyn was just like, that wasn't the agreement. T4.
Your deaths will not be the last.
No.
C4 going up. Undead enemy My blade moves swiftly. Now rest in peace.
Boy.
Throwing C4. Zombie threat deleted.
I need to pack a punch. I can't do all that shit though. It's not bad for a base weapon though.
Now rest in peace. I knew that would prove fatal. Undead enemy down. Semtex thrown. Zombie down.
You gotta keep up with me. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. I didn't see myself. I have the wrong one on for that one. I have the burning ring of fire. Oh, damn it. Oh, I had the burning ring of fire on. I had the burning ring of fire on. Oh well. That was decent for realizing that I had the wrong thing on. Let's create a class. Let's just get rid of that fucking ring of fire. Just being able to just phase through shit is probably your best bet with this. Is it a daily challenge or is it like is it just a, what kind of onslaught raid? Shouldn't be a, uh-oh. Okay. I've already earned all those. Okay. You know what? I'll probably figure out what I'm supposed to do, like the three whatevers. It's probably something I can't choose. By the way, Wakizashi melee weapon measured once, comes twice with his disavowed assassin bundle. I can almost afford that. Part of me wants to know what the Wakizashi can do, and the other part of me goes, that's why they put it at the top, because it's eye-catching. This one, let's go for the real deal win again, right? Okay, cool. So this shotgun, but for realsies, going for a solo win on this, right? Hey, Jordan. Conditioned not to expect much, but I've gotten so far now. So far.
Is this still gotta turn my voice high? I was about to say, I've gotten so far. I've gotten so far. But then this thing does a what the hell thing to me. And I'm like, what?
You've
Can
got
it
a
not?
green light, Stripe Team. Happy hunting.
Listen to this. Why does it? No. That is
supposed to be being hard tuned. Why is it on that one the hard tune? No, hard tune. I want it hard tuned.
So I want it. No, not my higher voice.
I want it high tuned. Why is it being stuck with the macro of a higher voice? Stop doing that. Stop
putting those two don't belong together. Put it
whatever. Put it whatever. Whatever. Go ahead.
Try to do it now. There you go. Hard tune. Oh yeah, I still want it hard. And it's very hard. Oh. I did not hit all those notes. Let's see how long it takes before I actually have to delve into why it keeps because I'm auto-tuned right now.
Recon the site.
I gotta see what when it turns into all that I have a girl voice. I don't understand. The answer is not. I've always had the girl voice. It's just that I'm auto-tuned.
fragged.
Wait. Oh, whoops.
Considering the experiments undertaken here, you should have known it would not remain buried. It should have remained buried, Dr. Strauss. Team, find the facility entrance.
Giovanni is the Howard better than the Gallo. Yeah, in damage, in straight up damage it is. I gotta turn my everything back to normal. Hold on. There we go. All right. Nice try. What's going on?
So, can I help you?
No, but maybe I can help you.
I need an adult.
I am an adult.
Oh God, Street Diamonds.
What's up, man? Been a minute. Be messed up with my first baby mama. She was messing while I was taking care of her kids. She played with my emotions and used me. Now I can't even see her kids. She crashed my car and says I will never be dad to my daughter.
Everyone hashtag street diamonds. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you real talk real quick. Let me tell you real quick talk real quick. I have had to now sit through way too many courtrooms and everything of shit happening. Anyone who tells you that if she has her kids and it's separate from you, that's one thing. Anybody who ever tries to say what you will be to your child just done fucked up. I've heard court case after court case where the second the judge hears that shit, the judge looks down from what they're doing and looks at the other person, plaintiff, defendant, it does not matter, and will immediately ask them if they said that shit. That's a no-no. And I don't say that just from a judicial standpoint. I'm saying that from a no. What you are to your parents is what to your daughter, what you are to your daughter. And I don't know about kids that came before anything, but if you have a child and that is your flesh and blood right there, fight like hell. Because no, I'll tell you right now, you will.
One less zombie.
For me, those are I got played with a long while. I should have been out of the marriage I was in a while before I was out of it. And everyone here knows that. I got played for a long while. She liked to try to tell me how I was screwing up being a dad. She tried to tell me what I was as a dad. I'll say this. I've seen time and time, and I even read what you just said, and it doesn't change this. I've seen time and time again and what happens in the long run. Court, judges, everything allows for mistakes. Everything allows for, like, you would be surprised how many second chances there are out there. Who gets to dictate those second chances is never going to be one person, and it sure as hell is not going to be anybody other than who has an authority to do so. I just in this stream explained a fuck up big enough that my ex has tried to use it over my head many a time. A legal problem that I have been in because I believed in my heart the ends justified the means. My brother's life was worth more than money. Does that change the circumstances of how it can be used against me? No. At the end of the day, who's actually going to tell me my view on being a dad and what I would like to be? Me. Can a judge tell me to back off my child? Yes. Can a judge tell me I'm not a dad? Fuck no. Now, come have a judge tell me I'm not a dad, and I'll go tell them to go fuck themselves. And I'll tell them I'll sue them over that shit. You know what? A judge can tell you, they can take away legal rights and everything. They can't tell you. They can tell you you will never be a dad to your daughter. No, a judge can't do that. A person can't do that. No one can do that. The only person that can say who you can be to your daughter is you. Now, if a judge has basically limited things in limited ways, that's a different story. They've just limited the avenues for which you will be a dad to your daughter. But you being a parent to your daughter is dependent 100% on you and you alone. No one else's input. It is the capacity to which you are able to carry out that duty that you have put upon yourself and granted to yourself. It is that duty in which other people can try to step in. But who you are, if you want to be a dad to your daughter, you're a dad to your daughter, and that's just how it goes. Here's the thing. Kids get involved, emotions are easy to toy with. It's never gonna be rocket science. Sex gets involved and emotions are easy to toy with. That's not something to it's hard to and there's a reason. It's hard to detach the two acts, and it's hard to detach the two, all the things. sexually involved with somebody always means that there's some kind of in a I would say over 95% of people that it intrinsically means that there's an attachment. The second kids get involved, it skyrockets. I'm just gonna say, if I were what my ex said, if I were what my ex said that I was as a parent, I would be no dead at all. If you ask my son what he thinks of me as a dad, well, you guys have heard him say what he has as dad. You've heard with your own ears what he has to say about me being his dad. And you know whose opinion I care about the most? His. I don't really give a shit about my wife's opinion, ex-wife's opinion. I really don't give a shit about anyone else's opinion. If I'm raising my child in any capacity that I am granted, whether it be full custody, visitation, part custody, over the phone, Zoom chats, no matter if my child looks at me and thinks I'm doing a good job, and I look in the mirror and I think I'm doing the best damn job I can be at being a dad, then I don't really give a shit about anyone else's opinion on the matter. I give a shit on their ability to also parent or also be there to help take care of my child or to be there for my child. But my ability, I'll ask my son. And you know what my son tells me? I won't get into what my son told me. I actually wrote that down, and I'll say this. Last time I had my own parent conference where I had, when I had my last parent-child conference where my son told me how I was doing as a dad, he told me he wouldn't have another one, that I'd be it. And that's when I was like, all right, okay, I guess I get all A's on my dad report card. That's all that matters. I get that. I also get that too. In the divorce, I lost my basically nieces, and they need a dad in their life. Like right now, they've got a stepdad, but like before their stepdad, there was Uncle Steven, and when Uncle Steven was around, I'm sitting there taking care of him all the time. And I know it's different. It's not, but hang there with me. That got ripped away from me. Of course, like. I can agree to them coming over, but that for the most part is ripped away.
Strange. The door opens.
Her biological, my niece's biological father has been an asshole that basically abandoned a lot of his duties. He's been derelict for quite a bit. He's AWOL for all intents and purposes. To the point where he is taking care of 2 other people's kids and not his own kids. His ex, my ex-sister-in-law, sued him for full custody, and he was sued back for full custody. It was his weekend to take care of the girls. This past weekend, it was his weekend to take care of the girls. He only took one of his 2 daughters because it was the last weekend in hunting season. He won't ever have the intention of being a full-fledged dad. It won't actually be in him. His intentions all over the place. It's not gonna happen. It's just my personal opinion. He's just not gonna, it's not in him to step up and do whatever. I got really, though, pretty damn attached to my 2 nieces, taking care of them. Because I seem to be, to me, it seemed like I was taking care of them every fucking weekend. Like, every weekend I was sitting there because my ex was so impatient that she couldn't handle taking care of Rowan and them, and she always said that she never had time to herself, and she always was complaining about needing to have and basically she needed more complaints to be able to go off and be a cheating whore. And so I was with them, and I didn't mind at all. I had fun doing their homework with them. Like they could, like, you know, get some sass in them, but like every kid's different. I liked it. I like being, it made me wish that I had more than one child. Not for anything against Rowan, but for the idea of just like, I get to be loving to more children. Like, and I know, I guess that doesn't make sense to some people, but it was like, I get to be loving to more children. And I guess that's what drives some people to be teachers and to some professions and this, that, and the other. But for me, it was like, no, it was for children that like, they needed me. I got to be loving to 2 children that like, they needed their Uncle Steven. Like, they're like, Abby still, she still clings to me. Like the last time there was a baseball game that she was at of Rowan's, she was in my lap the whole damn game. I got a picture of it. I have pictures I can show you of Abby just in my lap. I'm in a baseball game. And she's just in my lap. All that got ripped away. Jordan, you're actually hitting the mark on that one. You're getting onto a slightly different subject, but no, you've got it. I've explained this many times on the difference between my ex and I. I wanted a child, and this is actually would apply to my ex sister-in-law and her ex-husband. I wanted my son. I didn't want to know his gender because I wanted, if I had a girl, I wanted to appreciate that I had a girl. I didn't want to know before, and you guys have heard this thing, and Jordan, you've of course heard it. You've been here a long time. I didn't want to know gender because I didn't want to sit there and judge my child before they were even made. Like, I didn't want to sit there and go like, oh, if only I had a girl. If only I had a boy. I was like, fuck no. I didn't want to have any of those thoughts ever creep into my head. Like, I wanted a child. I wanted them to be my child. I wanted that child to be like whatever, however they were perfect because they were mine and I made them. I was officially mine. Congrats. That's an awesome thing, Chad. That's awesome. Here's what I gotta say. I understand it now that I've been through it, Jordan. Some people want the idea of a child and some people want a child. I wanted a child. And when I say I wanted a child, I really did want a child. I really, really did. I'm having to think really fast on like zombies. I'm like, okay, I did the portal, blah, blah, blah. Do I have to do the parts next? Or do I get like, I have to do the thing where I can go and suck the wall dry. Wait, do I have to do the aether yet? Get the fuse and oh, the mega thing. I gotta get that. Okay. When I had ideas of what it would be like to be a parent, I had ideas of sleepless nights. I had ideas of frustration. I had ideas that I had a fear that one day that my child would abandon me. I from day one I had a fear of what it all came down. Like I wanted a child. Hey Emma, I saw that you were here earlier, but until you said hi again, I wanted to say hi. I wanted to wait to say hi. Hey Emma, glad you. I know you're here for some of that rant too, and for some of the vote, but I'm guessing busy. I've now met what happens on the other side of that. And I've met 2 versions of what happened on the other side of what I went through, Jordan. And it's pretty specific and it's pretty easy. My ex planned for a child as well as I did. What did she plan for though? She planned for the idea of being like a mom. Hey, Justin. For the idea of being a mom. Like, you know, all the ideas we make about being a parent. Like that it enriches your life and makes it better and like brings out the best parts of you. Popped in for the boat, but you're cooking dinner. You know what? Ever since like I would. What did you cook for dinner, Emma? Anyway, because you talk about cooking dinner every now and then, I'm just like, this pertains to my interest, kind of. Hold on. No, I'm pausing the timer to say this because this is important, the dad thing. And it just takes 2 seconds. And if I'm doing everything, I'll get sidetracked. I know there are 3 things. The first thing is that what I went into, and that's my experience. That's why you see me being the dad that I am. My life got devoted to being a dad because I went into it thinking about all of the things that would be hard about being a dad. I didn't necessarily look forward to all the times that I have to wake up every 3 hours to feed my child. But I learned even in that to instead look at it as an opportunity. Every 3 hours, my son would wake up and I would count the minutes. And the reason I know how long my son's been alive, like the reason I can tell you that my son has been on this earth the whole like 7 years, 10 months, and what is it? 15 days, 14 hours, and 48 minutes. I can do that because I started counting minutes. I started counting moments. And it's because when my son would now wake me up, and it's like the 3rd time he's woken me up and I can't get a good night's sleep, I was down counting the minutes that I'm holding him because every moment counted. I would never get the minutes back. And so I was just like, this is at the very end of it, it'd be 10 more minutes. Instead of thinking of 10 minutes that he kept me awake, that I didn't get sound sleep, I thought of it as 10 minutes that I had the privilege of holding the child I made. And it didn't lessen the burden on the stress of the lack of sleep and the stress and of the being there and being a full-time dad, a full-time wedding photographer, like a full-time, like I'm working full-time, I'm home full-time. Every moment my child is sleeping, I'm trying to get a little bit of sleep, or I'm editing photos. Like I'm doing all these things. I picked up a job at Home Depot working 4 to 8 to help make ends meet because I didn't know why we were bleeding money. I didn't realize my ex-wife was a cheating whore yet, and that she was already behind my back trying to figure out her, but I was already trying to count the moments. And for me, that is the defining things. Those are the defining things of what I realized that I can point to. That's why I became a parent the way I did. That I can go on these rants and I sound like that. There are honestly parents who think they'll be good parents, who buy into this lie that it's not that a child doesn't enrich your life. They buy into the lie that the child, by existing, will immediately give you this feeling, make you feel a certain way, make you feel like you are going to be a certain person. They make you feel it's almost, if you distill it down to its baser components, there is a lie that is circulating through those who are thinking about having a child that basically could be stated thusly: having a child makes you a better person. And that is not true. Having a child requires you to be a better person. Having a child does not make you a better person. And that distinction is very hard to convince people who want to have a child and don't know what they're getting into. And they, with the purest intentions, are going into being a child, excited for the birth of their child and for the change it brings to their life.
I don't want to hear any of your stupid crap.
Oh.
I only promised to try.
I love hearing you talk about dad stuff because I'm a new dad to a 4-month-old daughter. And it's amazing and truly a blessing.
It is. I wish I could go back to those days sometimes. Like I really, I know who that was. I won't, but I wish I could go back to those days. Greaser, like everyone has a greaser rather. But the point being that what being a parent actually does, it forces you to become a better person because it amplifies everything about you. Being a parent does. It puts you on this precipice at all times. It's kind of like the crucible for the Marines. And that is the only thing I know how to compare it to. It is the last, what is it, the 54 miles going through that, hours, miles, days, weeks. Let me just get all of my units of everything wrong. Because honestly, distance and time mean nothing during COVID. So let's just get it all wrong. It's a time where you're supposed to prove yourself. And during that time, becoming a Marine, you basically get starved and you are worked to a limit. You're exhausted and you're asked to do all of these tasks. And you find people are snappy and they know what they're supposed to do and they're trained very well to do it. And they act bitter and like get it the first time. We don't want to fucking catch you a third time. Why can't you just do this one course? Why can't you walk this one place? Why can't you just get this done? Everyone starts turning on each other in a way. You find out, but you find out also that in all those fractured things, how much it matters that the core principles of it, like, as much as it might bring like the annoyance and the anger and the frustration and the irritation out of you, it brings together through all of those weeks how much you are really a brotherhood. That you really, as much as you might hate the other person's guts, you will now trust them with your life. It might take them 3 or 30 times to do the same shit you just did. But at the end of it, at the end of the crucible, when you all get your I'm going too far down that rabbit hole. When you all get to EGA. At the very end of it all, what I'm trying to say is that it amplified everything there was about you. It amplified all of your training, and it still showed through all of your personality traits. And that's the thing as I think about being a parent. You're thrown into this deep end where if you don't realize it's coming, it amplifies everything that is there. You're always at that precipice. You're always at that point where you're strained and stressed. And whatever was already, if you're already somebody who's prone to be patient, well, guess what? You're going to be pretty patient. However, if you're someone who is prone to being annoyed by simple things, you're going to be annoyed by the clicking of the clock on. You can ask other parents here that are in the chat. The clicking, if you're annoyed by small things, the second you became a parent, tell me how many parents in here didn't switch to digital clocks because they couldn't stand the secondhand clicking anymore. Like little sounds bugged them and now they can't have anything but a digital clock on the wall. Like that kind of shit goes on. Like you find out that if you're impatient, all of a sudden it's just like, now, where's the bottle now? And you never expected yourself to be like that. But all of a sudden, like it's day 3 of no sleep and they still need to be fed. And you realize that you're an impatient person. It blows it all up. It all becomes, and those people still become parents with the purest of intentions because they truly go into it thinking this child is going to enrich my life and make me a better person. And what they don't realize is that for the good parents, for the very good parents among us, we became better people because we had to step our game up to be a better parent. Not because we became intrinsically better parents by having the damn child. We realized that we weren't good enough for this thing we just made. So we had to be better. We couldn't be so selfish anymore. We couldn't be so impatient. So we knocked ourselves down over and over, and we told ourselves it was wrong to be impatient with our child. It was wrong to snap at them. We are the worst at ourselves. We were wrong. We get annoyed that we get so angry at the little things, and then we slowly start to become this person that we wish we could be, because once everything is blown up and amplified out of proportion, we realize we gotta rein that shit in because that has no place for raising a child for us. And by being consistent through it, we make it through. While the other half who had that idea of a child cannot handle the responsibility that comes with it, because as soon as their own personality gets blown into out of proportion, where basically their own personality traits get blown up and they just don't want to be selfless. They don't want to do something that is strictly for, they want their time. They still want their, like my ex constantly complained about wanting her time all the fucking time. She wanted her time. She just complained over and over that she never got downtime. I gave her plenty of downtime. I was working at the night and being a dad during the day. How much more fucking downtime can you really get, bitch? But I was doing everything I could. And I was still trying to, but it wasn't enough for her. She wanted to be able to go out and be selfish. her getting this 50-50 custody split was the best thing ever for her. Half the time she gets to be the parent that she wanted to be, that gets to enrich her life type deal, the feeling that she gets. And the other half of the time, she gets to get drunk off her ass and have to get a rental car because it got all banged up when she was drunk. Literally a true story. She has a rental car right now that my son doesn't know why it's there. Is because the one that she got is all banged up from when she was drunk, and she got away with her or Sergio, one of the two being drunk, being behind a wheel, it being somewhere it's not supposed to, and they got away with it. She still wants to be selfish. She couldn't accept it. And then there's the third category of people who stumbled into it, that they basically, they didn't keep their penis or their vagina, like they didn't keep their legs closed or the penis to themselves. And they stumbled into the position. But even in that third category, you have to make a decision right there. And there's 3 of them. And you don't realize there's 3 because 2 of them sound the same, but they're not. And 2 of the decisions are exactly what I just said. Do you want the idea of a child, or do you want to be there for the child? And the third one is, are you even going to be there for the child at all? That's the third one. When it's a pregnancy that you didn't plan. The third choice is, are you going to be a parent at all? But there's 2 but the other one is to be a parent there. You don't realize it's still 2 choices: idea of a child, or actually the responsibilities of being a parent. So it's yeah, Jordan, basically, it's the argument kids make you a better person is taken in the sense that you have to actually try to be a better person. So therefore, but they don't think that the problem is that now I've surveyed hundreds of people, because I did this before starting the channel. I was still conducting as best I could with the weddings I went to. I have a folder right over there of surveys that I was still giving out. I knew that my sample size was biased because it was always at people who willingly wanted to be part of a scientific whatever, and I would sneak questions in there like that, and I purposefully did it because I had a sample size that it sounds really weird, but I carried psychology over into my photography career. There were many weddings that I brought basically surveys that if you wanted to help the photographer out with his studies, you could, during a wedding, go to a booth that the bride and groom would let me set up. It would be a corner, and there'd be pens and paper, and you'd be able to fill something out, and you'd be able to give me data points. And, if I have, 200 attendants at a wedding, and, 50 of them stop by, 40 of them stop by, and they fill it out, I haven't filled out data, but if I do it at enough weddings and enough brides let me do it, I can sneak in a question like, do you have kids? And if so, like, did you plan, was it planned? And if so, like, I could do a lot of things. Yeah, well, I'm okay. You are right, Jordan. This is more predicated to the, this is again a North American, Western Europe conversation. This is you're about to bring up, I was about to say, what I'm talking about, a lot of the things I'm talking about striving for immediately get knocked out the window if you go outside of North America or Western Europe. I know that. So I'm throwing that out, kind of. I'm throwing that kind of out of the conversation. But I mean, you made your first point is true. The argument kids make you a better person is taken in the sense that you actually have to try to be a better person. But from the data points I have taken from myself, first-time parents don't think of it that second-time parents do. People that are in it a second time and still aren't willing to give up, but they just want to have a second child with the first child, as if basically they can. And that was the other weird thing that I found out, Jordan. I'm not scrolling down the chat, so I can't keep up with chat all the way. And everyone hashtag street diamonds. I'm gonna unpause alerts. But this is a weird thing. In the research I also did, here's weird. And I actually backed it up with people who had done bigger sample sizes. People who were first time never thought of it that way. I never found a single person to make you a better person. They actually try to be better. They truly thought having a kid brings out the best in you. Not actually that you have to try to be. There was never, what I found, first time parents never put the action of trying to be better as a kid making you a better person. They actually thought of it as the child itself turns you into a better person. No trying needed. It is indicative of the position you put yourself into. Second time parents actually would use that argument that actually trying to be a better parent made them be a better person. They were more grounded, but those same parents that probably shouldn't have been parents, their second time around, I also found that they had a fucking ridiculously high correlation with answering the question of what is the reason basically they're having their second child. They're having their second child to basically be company for the first. Now, to me, that's not a bad argument if it weren't just, you know, its predecessor was basically they're still selfish and they're not ready to be a parent. They're basically saying they're hoping to have a child to be this child. They want one child to be the other child's best friend, so that to take some of the responsibility off of them. That was basically what I found in my own. But you are correct. You've traveled to many places. I've traveled to places too, and people are people, and in general, people are stupid. And it's GJD. We of course haven't given up on you. God, no. If parents giving up on kids are always, to me, parents that just decide to miss out, and that's their loss. Yes, Jordan, yes. No, but see, their logic was never that. Their logic was never that. Their logic seemed to always be grounded in the idea of that they still were missing a component. And it's so easy. You're about to have me break out my studies over here where I want to break out the actual, like, my SPSS, my graphed data that I could show you that actually goes with bigger studies. That I wanted to do this separately, but this is not something you cannot find on your own. You can go find other peer-reviewed studies that show you this exact thing. They do not think of it as basically being a pet. They are thinking basically that, so basically in America, you hear about the perfect household, 2 children, a dog type deal, you know, you're supposed 2.5 children and a pet type deal. They basically figure they didn't do all of the steps. That's why they feel the way they feel. Now, these are the same parents that have no idea that if you take a simple parenting course, they will tell you that every parent, not every parent, statistically, if you are a parent, the worst year of your life from the moment you are a parent until their sample size ran up to about the age of 70 or 80, the worst year of your life kept being the worst decade is the decade in which you had your first child. And the worst year is the first year of having your child. And it's not your child's fault. It's that problems between you and your spouse, you and not a spouse, the person who you had a baby with and you're not together, you learning how to be a parent, the sleepless nights. Almost everyone points to that. And the general consensus is the idea of the strain on it will just weigh you down into a level of depression that those who had never experienced depression aren't used to that. They're not used to depression. And I'm not even kidding with you. People who actually will chart, people who would have charted previously before having a child, that their worst decade in their life was teens, which is the most common, they now chart as the decade they had their first child in. And those same people who would have tried to name an age, who would have named a teen age 10 years down the line, will now name the age of their first child, basically. They never see it like that. And so this is when I realized this is why I was, this is kind of why I – This is kind of why I pause it for just a moment here, because whenever it comes to parent talks, they're very, very serious to me, and I take them very near and dear. And the thing about the whole crux of the argument, of like how parents act and that'll make them better, is actually easier to see never being the parent. We are the worst judges of our own aptitude in almost every sense, unless we are asked to judge our own aptitude. And what is almost universal, whether you are actually North America, Western Europe, or any other part of the world, is that we do not judge our own aptitude unless specifically asked to judge our own aptitude. Otherwise, we don't judge it, we instead embellish it. And there is a severe difference. How many people here talk up how much they would, if they had a chance, they'd beat the shit out of somebody, or they'd do something, or they would stand up for some rights, or if they were ever in that position, they don't see how they would do it. But you know that they're talking out of their ass because they've never been in that position. They're actually embellishing what they think they can do, but actually giving the basically a way to measure their aptitude. When they're asked those questions, they realize that there is a third choice for a lot of those things, like fight or flight, is freeze. They realize they'd be the type of person to freeze in place. That people will never usually judge themselves correctly unless asked to judge themselves correctly. Now, let me pose this to you. If you have two parents that both of them believe that a child makes you intrinsically a better person, who is going to actually ask them to aptly take an aptitude of themselves of whether they are fit to be a parent, and whether they will judge it based on whether a child makes them better or whether they become better for the child? If you have a couple that thinks that, if that is the consistency of to which we hold the standard of becoming a parent, and that's the consistency for which people then think and they become couples, who is going to hold them to judging themselves fairly? We do not look at ourselves through anything but jaded glass. We are our own worst mirrors, and the best mirror is actually a child. A child really quickly will tell you how much you fucked up. I know every mistake I've now made. You know how I know that a child makes me want to also be a better person, outside of the idea that I wanted a child on my own? My child points out really fast when things don't mess up, when the world does not line up from what I've done, from what I've taught him, and from what he experiences. When the world doesn't align, he lets me know. And you know how he lets me know? He tells me basically that something's wrong and it's on me, that he's coming back to me. And I realize that I gotta be better. That's how I realize a lot of my fuck ups. That I never really think about it. Hey, Reggie, I see you popped in. I never really think about it one second in my life that I possibly said that. But we're the worst judges of our own character. And if we're the worst judges of our own character, how are we ever going to expect that people are going to judge properly whether they are fit to be a parent? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen properly. Not unless people force themselves. And I am, again, an exception to this, because while by being a cluster B tendency for mentally for myself, while impulsiveness should be in my nature, while all of these things should be part of who I am, when it comes to the what if game, to get around it, just answer it based on what I've done in my life, and I move on. And given my life experience is a little different from a lot of people. By the time I was 25, I'd pretty much done what most people 80 years old had done. I've been able to say I've been more places in the world. I've held more positions in my life. I have been in more positions where it was life and death, and I had just done enough things with enough escalation and de-escalation of things. And most people 80 years old, so it's a little different. And I'll give you that, because most people don't own their own business by the time they're 15. So I'm outside of the general. But even with that said, the way I got around all that was that when I posed a what if question to myself, I actually answered it based on what I knew about myself without trying to hype myself up. My what if question to a lot of things did match up to the real world how I answered. One, because I had already decided I would answer it this way, full stop, let's just move on with our lives. And second, because I was like, well, like, you know, people would be like, I'd knock the shit out of them. Well, I've got scars to prove I've been in fights. Am I proud of them? No. In fact, there's only one skirmish I've ever been in that I can go back and definingly say I regret nothing about it. Zero things. There was a threat in that skirmish. Where I was, in the place I was, for the reason I was, there were innocent people, and there were not so innocent. There was what I saw as pure evil, and it was almost as close to objectively pure evil as I could get in my life. And in that moment, I regret zero actions I took that day. Those days that came, and a lot of those days, I regret zero of the actions. It doesn't matter the lives lost. It doesn't matter anything else. It doesn't matter lives lost on the other side. It doesn't matter. Because every single time you have to step over somebody that you were too late to save, you lose being able to view them as human. Every single time that we're talking about parents, and that their parents' last wish was to protect their child, and I have to step over both the parents and the child they failed to protect, I couldn't see them as human. I regret zero things about that. Every single other time in my life I've ever had to defend myself, starting age 6 when I'm giving myself fucking stitches. When I'm sitting here saying that I want to deck someone, if you hear me say that, there's probably been a what if in the back of my head of, could I actually throw that punch? Guess what? I can. I'm not playing myself up. I actually know how to fight. Not some street brawler motherfucker that needs to get a shiv and like shank a bitch with a prison yard rush. I'm trained. I know, and I'm trained from the street, but then I'm trained properly. And then I'm survivalist training, and then I never let it go. And then I took up boxing afterwards. I took up a few different forms of this. I took up enough things that I do know my limit. So if I say that, for example, I've said many times that if basically Sergio, the guy that is with my ex-wife, ever puts a hand that I can prove on my son, a fucking hand on my son, and I can prove that shit, that he will lose teeth. Do I say that with any doubt I can guarantee on my life and on my son's life that if I wanted to, he would lose teeth if that's what I wanted. And that is an assessment of my skill. Would I come out of that fight completely unscathed? No. I actually do know about his past and that he's a little street punk. So while I had a little bit of a rougher childhood, dealing with overzealous street brats basically gets you hurt, because they'll flail and they'll do shit that's unpredictable. And while you can predict try to prepare for the unpredictable, usually it costs you a few bruises. But if he touches my son, can I take his teeth out? Oh yeah, and I'll take him out one by one too. I can guarantee you I could do that too. It would cost me probably a few ribs. When I hear other people say that they would like deck someone in the mouth and everything, I go, no, you fucking won't. No, you won't. Because I sit there and go, do you understand what that means? What it means to actually be in a physical fight? Like, people all the time will judge themselves, and that's the biggest thing I can point to, because I've seen it. I've seen it growing up. I grew up on gang streets, and I saw it all the time. People talking themselves up. And like, I've seen people do that all the time, where they say that they will do something and they can't. When it comes to the point of time where it's like you have to, like, for example, a gang is saying, like, where a gang is telling them to go prove themselves or go do something, and they freeze when they've been saying over and over, like, when they're running with this crew, like that they beat some, and they're barely in double digits for some of these kids type deal. And they're still talking a big game, and then they show up and they see my brother and I, and all of a sudden we give them the choice of, like, we don't want this either. You can say you won, walk away, just walk away. You have the choice to walk away right now. We don't, and it wasn't me talking. My brother would always be the one talking, saying walk away. They don't have to know. You don't have to know. We can go home. We can even skip school tomorrow. We can do whatever would make them feel better. They don't have. You can walk away from this. Because they would find us and they'd freeze. They talk a big game until they actually had to do it. And fighting is the only example I can give to that every single time. People are bad judgments of themselves. They look at the TV and they go, how can someone stand by and just let that happen? And I go, you would probably one of the fuckers that would stand by and let that happen. Unless you've been in this situation, you would hardly be able to judge whether you'd be there unless you actually were soul diving and were being like, okay, well, maybe I've never been in a fight before. What was the last time when I hurt someone on accident? How did I feel about that? And you think it has nothing to do with each other. That one is that you're defending somebody, you're defending your child, you're defending somebody's rights, you're defending something, and the other one is that you made a mistake and someone got hurt, but they're the same. At the end result, someone was hurt. And the mindset that you had after can lead you to a path of actually predicting more correctly how you would act in that situation. How did you feel? And at the end, what I'm looking for when I ask a question like that, okay, the last time you've never been in a fight, but you say how could you not stand up and fight for someone's rights? All right. So you've never been in an actual fight where your life was on the line or somebody else's life was on the line. Cool. Last time you hurt somebody and you put them in a situation where they needed stitches and medical care, what did you do? How did you feel? And I'm looking to see if they apologized and tried to get them up on their feet. I'm looking to see if they said they called 911. I'm looking to see after they called 911 what they said to the operator. I'm looking to see if they even called 911. I'm looking to see if they even said a word or if they stood there and in shock that they had accidentally did that and other people helped them out. Because what I'm looking for when I ask questions like that, I'm helping them make an assessment. I can tell them from right then and there, it's like, all right, well, you didn't mean to hurt them, but at the end result, you're about to hurt somebody. You're talking about causing harm to someone. Here's a situation where you cause harm to someone. I don't care about the mistake part of it. I care about your reaction to realizing that you harmed someone. And when you're in the middle of it, that comes up. That comes up in a real fight. You might think that you can throw a punch and everything, you feel knuckles, contact, skin, and bone. And you realize that they don't just flop over or fly away like they do in movies or anime or TV and everything like that. There is a moment where all of a sudden you can throw a punch and realize that you're outmatched or you're doing the wrong, like it can hit you at any point in time. And when that time comes, when you realize you hurt someone, I'm gonna point to the last time you hurt someone and see how you reacted. And you can regret ever hurting them. But if you were the type of person that was on top of it, able to give them assistance that you could, call 911, try to do what you could for them, take them to the hospital, you were on top of the situation, you were sad, you were grieving the fact that I'm more inclined to actually believe you would actually fight. And the reason is because I was looking for fight or flight. You didn't run away from the situation that caused, even if it was an accident that someone was hurt, and you didn't, you were in a way fighting to restore what you had done wrong, and you didn't freeze. You didn't wait for other people to take up the slack for your mistake or for you causing harm to somebody else. And so you, in that sense, even people who haven't been in a fight, give me an hour with them and I can tell you exactly how they're going to within a statistical deviation of some sort, I can tell you how they're going to respond to some certain forms of confrontations and fights and like that. But I can guarantee you that most of the people that show up here and I say something like I would deck somebody or something for something like that, and they go, oh, I would too. And I'm like, I just don't say my mind. I'm like, no, you fucking wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. Because you know what happens most of the time when I go through that with people? They wouldn't. They actually wouldn't. And then the times that I've actually been able to see where they've been in a fight, people had to jump in to help them. They froze. Or when they saw a fight in front of them. Or when they saw something where they cursed at other people for not jumping into the fray. They were one of the people that sat back and they couldn't do anything. They froze. Because it was easy to predict. As long as you knew what to ask. There are things. And so... if this all comes back to a thing about parenting, how much harder is it for somebody to really do an inventory of a personal assessment of how they were act for 18 years of their life as compared to one fight? When in one fight, people will misjudge how well they'll do, if they'll be the victor in a fight, if they'll even throw a punch in the first place, or if they'll freeze and get their ass beat. For those to ask those same people to predict what they will do for the next 18 years of their life as they raise a child, do you think they have a fucking snowball's chance in hell to actually get it correct unless they're willing to do the real deep dive it takes, or to have the mindset that that the shortcut to adulthood and responsibility is to accept the reality that is right in front of your eyes as fact and to move on? If that's not one of the two categories, then they have no chance in hell. They don't. They just don't. Because that's the other option. There are people that can do that. The shortcut to adulthood and to responsibility is to accept what is presented right in front of your face as fact and to move forward with it. And I don't mean as in false facts. I mean that if you see something happen that is now your reality, deal with it. Doesn't really fucking matter. It doesn't really fucking matter if you didn't expect that to be your reality or not. But if it's presented to you and it's now in front of your face, the shortcut to responsibility and to adulthood is to look at it, be like, well, now that's my reality. Let's go deal with it. There you go. That's what it takes. Those people possibly could be a little bit more unpredictable. Those people that can have that aptitude. How many people have that aptitude? Hardly any that I ever speak to. Hardly any that I ever speak to. They don't have it. They can't accept reality. They want to bend reality. They always want to. How do I know that I am correct on that? Just look at the fucking US election system about right goddamn now and see how many people in the United States would like to bend an unbendable reality because they're still stuck in a delusion. That's all the proof I need. I have a sample size of over 150 Americans, 150 million Americans. And my sample size of people who would like to bend reality is roughly somewhere between 20 to 70 million Americans. And they prove exactly what I'm saying. They prove exactly what I'm saying. I am one of the people that accept reality as what is presented in front of me. Do I wish I would accept it faster? Yes, because my patience kicks me in the ass. That's why I stayed in a bad marriage too long. Do I accept if someone were to break in my house right now, would I sit here and regret, pine, stop, whatever? No. Would I get up and actually defend my household? Yeah, because that's the reality. It's at my door. You guys have heard me stop the stream before to look at outside my door. I didn't wait and whatever, blah, 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 because that was my reality. If someone does something right now, that's my reality. If Rowan comes out and says he needs me, that's my reality. My reality is based on what is right in front of my face and me accepting it as fact and moving on. Am I saying everything that's in front of your face is facts? No. Is it a fact that you're watching news that is unfactual? Yes. But you have to accept the reality that the news are a bunch of dumb shits who won't always say the facts and move on with that. Okay, well, now I can't trust the news all the time. Where do I go for other sources? That's a good example of when people try to misconstrue what I'm trying to say. Like, oh, but what if what in front of you is a lie? No, you accept the reality that you're staring at a lie and you have to move forward with it. Good night, John Parker, and I'm gonna unpause the time. I need to keep going. I need to unpause this too, because I think that got paused a while ago. Did that get paused? Yes, it did. It absolutely did.
I will end
you thought?
When I get both my kids back, I'ma throw you 100
Oh,
because
okay.
1, you have been reelin' the same since before I've been a member, and 2, I will be the luckiest person being a parent. Again, to my son, and I have a lot of flaws, but when I'm with my kid, I forget.
Everyone hashtag Street Diamonds. You don't owe me anything, and I've tried to be real as possible. I mean, did you guys subscribe so you can watch another fake person? I've got plenty of suggestions, and guess what? The fake ones have a really good tendency of having millions of subscribers already, because they'll give in just to about anything. On one hand, of the people that I could like point you to, and they have millions, I can say right now I have no problem ever talking, like I don't, it's bad manners to ever talk about another YouTuber in somebody else's stream, but like Jacksepticeye Sean, he's a real guy. Like, he's one of the few people that would be like, if you really wanted to turn into someone real, yeah. Does he put on a show? Yeah, he does. Did he actually start hyping up his Irish part? Yeah, he admits to that. Does he also come out and say that, like, I've got to take a break because I'm an introvert, and like, does he actually come out and say that basically I am not the persona, I'm Sean, and there's a difference? One's an entertainer, one's a person. Yeah, and I respect that, because that's a totally different approach than what I take. I'm just always me, and I would like to learn how to be funnier, because of course I'm not funny enough. Otherwise I would have more people around. And I'd like to learn better deductive reasoning and learn more things and learn better. I like to learn a lot of things, but my approach is just always just like, I'm just gonna be me. And if I can be me and funnier, that would be real awesome. No, his approach is just fine too. As much as he's put on an act, he's never let anyone believe that the act is him. As opposed to everyone else I can think of. I mean, I've talked to the guy. He's a great guy. He's a great guy. I don't know what I'm supposed to be other than real. What I'm confused on is that I would love to take more improv classes to learn how to basically toss back and forth with you guys a bit better, dialogue, as if I were, back in my wedding days when I was shooting weddings all the time, and while I was shooting weddings, I could crack jokes with everybody, but that was in person. And what I'm lacking here is that I don't have like immediate feedback from you guys in any way, like other than typing. Like, I'm still scrolled up in the chat. I've got to even hit the blue arrow to get back in the bottom of the chat. Like it's harder to be that person, because I always believed, as for a wedding photographer, to basically be the jester. That I was the one cracking jokes, and I was the one that looked a little silly and looked a little off, that they felt more comfortable, because honestly, they did. It made them feel like what they were doing was totally fine. And when I'm over here cracking the jokes, when I'm over here kind of being the one that makes it like it looks like I should be feeling awkward, they feel less awkward. So I had a different rapport with it. And I've never figured out a way to translate that completely to being on live streams. I figured out a way to translate that to some people. I've been able to figure out how to translate that to the fire brigade a bit. Why have I figured out how to translate to the fire brigade a bit? You know how many times a dad that talks about his kid shooting a wedding gets hit on by every fucking bridesmaid at the wedding? Yeah, I've learned how to deal with a little bit of wetness. Like, I've learned that one, at least. So I know how to throw it back a little easier for that. But for most everything else, I don't want to do it to trick you guys. I just want to learn how to do it to be able to look at little things that I can kind of joke around with you guys, that you guys make a statement and I can turn it into just like go on a little bit of a random funny tangent and turn it into something funny that puts a smile on your face. Is it going to be fake? No, it's just going to be me being able to spot comedic opportunities better. And that takes training. There's no faking that. I don't want to fake it. I'd rather be me. I'd rather that my son be able to watch every video I ever put up and he's just like, yeah, that's my dad. And he's looking at it and he's just like, oh, that's my dad, but he's not cussing. Or that he looks at it and he's like, oh, that's my dad, when he's really like, when he's, you know, he likes it. Or that's my dad, but I don't think he felt well that day. Like, I just want, that's the kind of way I look at it. So like, anyway.
So, can I help you?
No, but maybe I can help you.
I need an adult.
I am an adult.
You are not fake, that is why I am subscribed to you.
Well, thank you, Lewis. Everyone hashtag Lewis over there. I really appreciate that. This is how you remind me of what I really am. GJD, damn it. Is your wife awake? I'm going to screw up those lyrics right now because you got it in my head. Everyone hashtag Lewis. Thank you so much. Only thing fake about darkness is the time. It's the touche. You fucking shay. All right. No. I'm gonna find out if GJD's wife is actually awake right now. Oh yeah, for those not aware, I'm a photographer. I'm not shooting the weddings with a weapon. I'm shooting it with my Canon 5D Mark III over there. I have to because he brought up Nickelback, and it's not fair. So what I'm gonna do really quickly to see if GJD's wife is awake. Half awake? Okay. Let me see if I can. No. You said she actually sings it after I do. Never made it as a wise man. Couldn't cut it as a poor man stealing. Tired of living like a blind man. And sick inside and wet without a sense of feeling. And this is how you remind me of what I really am. This is how you remind me of what I'm just gonna leave it off there. Oh, wait. It's not like you to say sorry. I was waiting on a different story. I'm gonna stop it right there. Now it should be stuck in her head. When you leave a song off in the middle of it, it gets stuck in the head. Four-handed you a hardwood breaking and not. Yep, there you go. There you go. You're welcome. Yeah, there you go. All I gotta do is, here's the if you want to get a song stuck in people's heads. If you want to get a song stuck in people's heads, barely sing it off key and don't finish it. I learned that a long time ago. Psychology taught me that. People like completeness. They like for something to be they like to finish. Wouldn't you know it? But people want to finish, and because people want to finish so badly, they want to see something resolve. And when you sing only half of a song, you're more likely to get it stuck in their head. So I absolutely, you want to give me more to get stuck in their head by singing half of it, because I can actually start singing it incorrectly also. Oh, because Nickelback is the valid excuse, of course. Nickelback should have tried to, I don't know, have been more than just a one-dimensional.
Your final act was merely to fall.
I don't know how to describe why I actually don't like Nickelback so much. Here's my problem with Nickelback.
Multiple targets in West Zone.
I have been to there's a place called the Masquerade. I've been there so many times. And I don't know if it's still open. It's probably not right now. Isn't still open. But I've seen so many bands play, and at the Masquerade is a place right near Atlanta. It's you have 3 levels, and the lowest level is hell, and then the medium one that you actually enter in the venue in is purgatory, and then the top one is Heaven. And big bands would play in Heaven. So like me being able to be like with like Lost Prophets, Foo Fighters, Red Hot Chili Peppers. One time I was there to see a smaller band, Nickelback was up top. I don't know. I've seen a fuck ton of bands at the Masquerade, and the Tabernacle, which is another small venue. You're like,
has now been destroyed.
I would go and I'd hear like all of these bands that are never gonna get shot because they're playing in hell, and in hell you have to set up your own equipment. That is truly hell. But in hell you had to set up your own equipment and things like that. There were rules, and so you would hear like these fantastic pieces, and you'd hear like their dedication, like they have something special about them. And then in Purgatory you would actually hear like sometimes well-known bands. I think, if I'm not mistaken, one time that Foo Fighters was at the Masquerade, they were in Purgatory, not Heaven. That Foo Fighters before, it might be Foo Fighters, and if it's not, I'll get back to you, because I'm thinking Dave Grohl, I'm thinking Nirvana, but I'm not thinking properly. My biggest beef with why Nickelback can be an excuse, you can basically take all of their music and make a medley out of it, and it would sound like one giant song. Have bands done that on purpose? Yes. Muse, they have an album that you're supposed to listen to front to back. Muse absolutely has an album that you're supposed to listen to front to back. It's never meant to be listened to any other way. I can't remember the album, but like they don't even like the CDs, skip tracks, and blah blah blah. I fault them personally from my personal taste, if that makes anyone feel better. I fault Nickelback personally from my personal taste, and my personal tastes say that I would rather a band risk it and step outside their comfort zone, writing music that like makes them feel like they're doing what they want to, rather than hearing interviews about putting out more schlock. And trust me, Nickelback is giving plenty of interviews like that, where it's almost like an excuse of like, oh, this is why I'm kind of hearing the same sound. I don't buy it. Musicians are artists too, and some, you know, the real. So let's take Bob Ross for an example. Bob Ross's art all looked about the same by the way that he was trying to go about it. His true artistry was teaching people how to create art. And so you could almost see the art as a secondary, like, you know, it was the main component of what he did was like the books he published, The Joy of Painting. It was to bring that joy to other people that wouldn't have experienced it otherwise. And so when you look at people like Bob Ross's artwork, you don't look at it and you go, well, you know, this is, I mean, I can't believe you would ever even talk about Bob Ross and then talk about like the photographs from Ansel or something like that, that are, you know, talk about some of the different, what, like what we see in like the Mona Lisa, and how it didn't even use like the rule of thirds or anything. Instead, we're seeing more of a conical. We're seeing that shell shape that really draws your eye to the face and makes you actually forget some of the offsets of it, because the painting actually is more of a literal vertex of. We're not looking at that when we look at Bob Ross. We're looking at Bob Ross going like, man, I painted a painting because of Bob Ross, and I wouldn't have thought about painting it unless I was thinking about someone going like, you don't think about Bob Ross's paintings. You think about him going, it's fine, happy mistakes. Everyone thinks that. if Nickelback's sound was Nickelback sound, but they came out and said, well, really, when we were writing, we just wanted people to have this going or this or that and the other, I would look at Nickelback's music in a totally different way. It's not. It's not. It's bullshit. It's the same shit over and over, and it's not for a good reason, like getting you to appreciate some other meaning or some other message. And it's not for the, it's the same. It's they got in the comfort zone and they were afraid to leave it. That's it. That's all. And there's Nickelback. They got in a comfort zone and they got afraid to leave it. That's all. And that's why I don't look at it the same. A lot of my favorite Disturbed Sound of Silence. Do people realize how much he had to go out of his comfort zone to even do that cover? Like, he was encouraged to be like, hey, you know music theory, you get in here, you don't scream this, you syncopate, you fucking actually take this in a measured pace and do a proper build-up. You don't give me that, like, basically he was asked to get out of his comfort zone for a cover that we all know now, coming out Disturbed. But he was willing to break his comfort zone. Literally, that song is him breaking his comfort zone. And I can point that to so many good artists. And there are so many artists that, like, you could see their redefining moments. Tell me that you can listen to Michael Jackson at the very beginning of his career and the end of his career. Throw in Bad for being the middle of his career and tell me any of it sounds the same. I don't say Thriller because Thriller, if people get the now version of Thriller, they're gonna see, like, you know, some of the things that Quincy Jones left out, like Carousel, and Carousel more matches up with his earlier work and stuff like that. So, like, you're gonna get to see, like, what Quincy Jones did, but take Bad, and then, like, what he did with, like, Ghost, his last single, and what he was gonna do with This Is It, and then, like, try to take that, like, in a measure with, like, I don't know, his early stuff, like Off the Wall. Try to tell me that the man didn't get, I don't know, grow as an artist a bit, things like that. I mean, that's my critique of Nickelback. That you know, if that's all you really wanted out of your music, I guess that's all you wanted. And if that's what makes you feel good about music, it's what makes you feel good about music. I guess at the end of the day, really, the clock ticks life away. So anyway, I guess at the end of the day, the real thing about music is the idea that it, you know, a lot of music does bind people together and make them feel a certain way, give them a respite from their own mind, lets them, for some people, music lets them speak their emotions through somebody else. Their own feelings get to be indoctrinated into the language of the general layman through somebody else's words, because the masses, they find out, agree with how they think, and their middleman in the process is somebody else said what they were thinking and articulated it with a bit more of a nuanced delicacy than they could ever pull off, and others, kind of like Chester with Linkin Park, being able to pull off things that he was going on with depression and with his own internal demons and his own addictions and everything like that. Or you get to other, you know, he's a really good example of that. And other people, like, depend on being like, well, I could never talk about addiction or, like, you know, suicidal tendencies, thoughts, or, like, you know, like my own personal relationships being affected or this and the other. But, like, I listen to Chester and it gets off my shoulder. And some people are like, fuck all that noise. I just got done with a hard day's work. I don't want to think about other people's goddamn bullshit. Give me some good soft jazz. Or, like, I think of jazz of trying to relax, but then again, jazz, when I sit there and I think jazz, I also think of crying. Because, like, every jazz recital I went to when I was in college, when I'm listening to these people trying to get their you know, degree, and they have to put on one more thing at the recital, and I was sitting there, I'm like, and I remember one guy in particular who I re-met at a wedding, that he became become part of a band that got hired for a wedding that I was a photographer for. His recital, I cried so hard because it was like his own written piece was just like, it was just like, God, like, dude. And like, because you could tell, like, he switched to his tenor sax, like he had his alto saxophone, he switched to his tenor sax, and it was this piece that he composed himself, and it was just like, God damn, like, he is like, what is, like, I'm listening to like the jazz and I'm like, what is upsetting you? Like, just, can we talk? Do you need to talk after the show? And then I'm realizing, no, that's what he's doing. Like, he already got it out. He wrote the piece. He's playing the piece he wrote. And now I'm feeling I'm feeling a piece of what he felt because I'm listening to the jazz. Like he already got it out. Now I got to deal with it. But but some people like want to put on shit that's like nonsensical. They want to listen to some shit that's great for radio. They want to listen to when Taylor Swift decided to redefine herself for like the 8th time when she became the Taylor formerly known as Swift or something like that shit, and she wanted to sound different again, and they want to put on some of that and be like, I don't want to think, I just want to get home. Like, everyone has a different approach to why music like satiates their appetite for an auditory stimulus. You know what I mean? So like, if truly Nickelback does that for you, then I'm sorry that I shit all over them. But in my personal opinion, they deserve to be shit on from the standpoint of which I approach music. They have deserved all of the feces that have been laid upon them. Just all of it.
I have an idea, and I don't want to hear any of your stupid crap.
I only promised to try.
Hey, how are you feeling in your head, man? I always tell you what's on my chest when I come around. Are you hold up good? My favorite quote Kevin Gates says is, I'm built Ford tough, and I'm still hold up.
Hey, everyone, hashtag Street Diamonds. Was that you actually asking me how am I feeling in my head? I'm not. That timer just got really low to be asking me that. I'm a bit of a complication right now. Everyone hashtag Street Diamonds. I'm a complicated person at the moment, and I don't mean to be. That is what timer that's up? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a little confused by your statement. I'm finishing out this round like everyone could have called, and then it's over. Because I really, unless
To the grave with you.
I will put up a vote. The vote will say go to bed or finish round. Go to bed or finish zombie round until. All right, it's up. It's in your hands again. By the way, what did Emma ever say that she was making? I didn't catch that for food. I just remembered that. Go to bed. You timer stopping. Ask. Stay up and shoot them zomboid dead. And we'll put the timer at 3 minutes. All right. Well, you got one more chance. Avocado pesto pasta. Is there any meat in that? Well, That's why Emma's thirsty. She's not getting enough meat in her diet. Shit. You gotta put a space between the vote and the one, Tim Adams.
I never waste ammunition.
Yeah, by the way, Jeffrey, if you want to see me just not be happy about science and people, you should watch this stream. Cuz this stream is it went places. Basically on this stream was more about the Covidiots part of the title and less about the game part. 0 is go to bed, 1 is keep going. Oh, you did, Jeffrey, and you would have enjoyed every bit of it. Mostly because of me calling out stupid people and stupid shit. Well, not stupid people and stupid shit. Calling out how stupid it is that people aren't educated about the thing that's killing more people in the US, and they're just like, oh, you know, whatever. Tomorrow will still come, right? Not necessarily for you, you dipshit. Oh, I did my best. 20 seconds. Oh, you one more vote. Street Diamonds, you gotta do vote 0 on its own, but I don't know if this message will reach you on time. Uh-oh, wait, what do I do here? Do-do-do-do-do. Ow! Do-do-do-do-do. Ow! What's it? Really? It wasn't even there's only 2 people that said keep going. You guys want me to get sleep? All right. I didn't expect that. Let's check one more thing together. Yeah, it wasn't close. There's no. People that voted, because there's not as many people here and not as many people that haven't fallen asleep. No, they told no, not roll credits. We gotta check one more thing, which is, has my video yet been detected by YouTube as something that needs a thing about COVID underneath it? No. That's fine. I'm fine with that, actually. By the way, from here on out, I want to let you guys know I'm gonna be scheduling out live streams. There is a new function. I have it in my thing, and it's called Live Redirect. And they actually did take a feature from Twitch, and it is viewers can be sent to a premiere or another live stream after this one ends, meaning that I can actually premiere past live streams for when I end a live stream, or I can basically do a live stream premiere that redirects to a live stream. Basically, I can also sectionalize off games. So, for example, we can start with one game, I can schedule another, and when it's time, it'll actually redirect everyone to the other live stream, or we can raid other people. So like I don't know anyone that's currently going right now that are friends of mine. I don't think there's anyone actually on YouTube streaming on YouTube that are friends of mine that can use that function tonight. Like I'm looking, and I'm like I'm looking at like, oh god, there's people like, yeah, I've got no one on there that's live, that's like whatever, but like I can actually make it so we can rate other channels, and or I could put up a premiere for you guys to watch. So like we can do a live stream, and it's a live stream before the premiere of like another video. So I can bait people into coming to the channel because of Resident Evil, and then premiere a video on Demon Souls and get their asses in there. So I'm gonna be doing some of that kind of stuff, and just warning you guys, that's gonna be a very future thing that I'm gonna be doing different streams on different games. And I'm currently in the market of trying to purchase a someone told me I was an idiot that I don't have one of those retro systems that can play like all retro games on one system. So I'm in the market for looking for that. So it's quite possible on retro nights that I'll need that we start off on one game and then we finish on another, because on a lot of those retro consoles that I found, I can play Game Boy games through HDMI and capture them. Oh, fuck yeah, I'd love to do that. I'd love to play some of those older games I never thought I could do. False advertising, you can call it that. But I call it good advertising. That will work great when YouTube bombs your live streams mid-game. Maybe it will. But thank you to everyone who kept this alive and kept the Go XLR dream alive. Like Kellen and Street Diamonds and Gary and Keep Your Word Nurse, Alyssa, Lewis, Julio, Justin. Can I still join the cult? Christopher, Chad, Greekster. Please keep your CPA happy with new members of welcome back to the family, Justin, and welcome back to the family, both of you, Justin and Everyone's Gamer. Yeah, YouTube really actually, from my channel, YouTube really wants me to stream more Resident Evil. So, but buckle up, Buttercup. You gave me the ability, YouTube. I'm about to start fucking using it. If my channel is really going to be pegged into Resident Evil, well, I'm going to be doing some Resident Evil streams. And guess what happens right at the very end of that goddamn stream? A premiere. I will be stopping the stream in the middle of it so that everyone can be shuttled off to the premiere of a new video for a different subject that they did not come from. Don't give a shit. They give me the ability. I'm going to use it. Drop mic. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. And I hope to see you guys back here for the next one really soon. It's all right, Tim Adams. You're totally fine. We'll have another stream within the next 24 hours. Because what else am I going to do having to assume that I have COVID until proven otherwise? Bye. Yeah, it's not a bad idea to take a 20-minute break to watch a static video and then come back. That's what I'm thinking, GJD. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm going for. Premiere static video in the middle of my thing so I can take a break and then come back. Thank you for reading my mind. Because that's exactly what I'm going to do. But don't tell anyone, because I wasn't actually going to say that plan out loud, but you absolutely guessed what I'm going to do, GJD. You absolutely guessed it. I'm going to actually start making videos that I'm going to stick in the middle of it that send everybody to the premiere, and then I go back to the live stream. You absolutely guessed it. Because guess what will happen at the end of the premiere? There'll be an iCard saying that I'm live.